Well, well, well. Look who's finally back after a year? When was the last time I did this? Let me check my notes here. Fucking what? Really? 2025, right? That part we knew, but like fucking March? March 2025? Is this real? That's when we did episode 1's final part. What the heck? What the heck? The wolf is bogging. Hello, Sky. How's it going? Far too long. I know. Borging even. Hello, Shadow. How's it going? Let me switch this over to the game scene. Hello, gamers. Welcome to Of the Devil, episode 2. Let me see if I should. I don't remember how big the elements are. I don't know how big I'm legally allowed to make myself before I'm blocking parts of the text on screen. We'll adjust things as it goes. Beware the Ides of March. I actually don't know. I've heard the phrase before, but I actually don't know. The Ides of March. What is meaning? No, not cast. I don't care about the movie. Ancient Rome, it was simply the midpoint of the month. Oh. Today, the phrase means a moment of betrayal, danger, or doom, because it's the exact date Julius Caesar was assassinated in 44 BCE. Oh, okay. Well, now you know, and knowing's half the battle. You guys, are you guys implying that you're about to assassinate me? Is this the implication I'm getting here? You guys wouldn't do that to me, right? You guys wouldn't do that to me, right? I'm an innocent little winter scientist. I don't. That's not. No promises. Who snitched? So we got new mortgage. I had to click a button to like get the episode 2 screen to show without actually starting episode 2, so I didn't get spoiled. We have Morgan back here smoking again as usual. Well, now she's smoking on what appears to be some sort of elevator, train. I can't exactly tell. I'm assuming it's an elevator of some sort. It appears to be descending. There appear to be light reflections of other buildings going upwards. So I'm assuming it's an elevator. I assume. But you know what happens when you assume. Okay. I'm gonna be real with you. This has been like a year and a half apparently since we last did this. I don't remember a lot of the past cases. I do remember some details, of course. But the big thing I don't remember is I don't remember the voices I gave each character. I do have open in another tab my VOD channel with the previous episodes we did. So I can pull that up if it is needed through this process. But what I can tell you is episode 0 took us only one stream, 5.5 hours. That was episode 0. Episode 1, because it's an actual like episode, not just a prologue thing, took us 3 streams that were about 5 hours each. So, you know, don't expect us to finish this case today is what I'm saying here. Don't expecting that. But if you are new to these streams, basically, we mostly play these cases, if I remember, I think we entirely play these cases, as Morgan, who is a lawyer / serial killer, who we get into visual novel courtroom shenanigans in a cyberpunk futuristic dystopia world. Also, there's Yuri between us and our rival. We're a defender and they're a prosecutor. So we have a little Yuri ship going on there. I remember we got some side detectives that also help with the cases. And now, as of last episode, we have a Android assistant who, if I remember right, calls us Adonai, which I don't remember what that means. Adonai is Hebrew title meaning Lord or my master. Okay, so it's Hebrew. We're getting biblical references to us now. But don't worry, we would never hurt anybody. We're definitely not also a serial killer. This is all fine. So, that stuff, I do remember. Other stuff, we're going to learn together, again, as a family. One thing we got to always remember, though. Smoking kills. Okay, so don't you worry. Morgan's going to die pretty soon. She keeps smoking like that. Alright. Let's see. Is there anything else I have to adjust here? Everything should be fine. You should be hearing the game. If you haven't been hearing the game, that's a problem. If you weren't even hearing the starting scream, I was late for a couple of reasons. One, I had to just wait for things. Two, I was indecisive about what to do with the thumbnail for today. I whipped one up together and then I didn't like it. And then I whipped another one up together and I also didn't like it. And then I was like, okay, I like how this looks. And now I gotta shove a Wolfborg image to the side somewhere. And then none of the ones I had would look fine until I adjusted and moved over things several times. And then I got the one that we got today. So we made it there. It just took me an hour. Other thing, I got a network attached storage device in the mail today, which I haven't opened up yet, but I grabbed it during the period when I was supposed to start and now. I haven't set it up yet, but I'm looking at it across the room and I'm just like, yeah, I could stream or I could like go mess with that. But I've chosen you guys instead. Don't you worry. You don't gotta worry about me leaving you guys, abandoning you for my data hoarding obsession with hard drives and such. I think I got like a 16 terabyte hard drive and the network attached storage bay. The attached storage bay can hold like 4 drives, and I only got 1 because they're fucking expensive. But I could just add in the 3 additional ones later. But if the first one's already 16 terabytes, that's a lot. That's a lot. And I'm mostly doing it because I have this external hard drive I have, which is 20 terabytes, but it sucks. I thought, like, oh, 20 terabytes, this is going to last me a while, but the actual external hard drive itself fucking sucks. So one of those things is probably better. I've always wanted one for a while, so it'll be interesting to mess around with it. But that's updates about me. How's about we get started with other update, I guess. I started getting, if you guys tuned into Opal's stream the other day where I was on it, I got back into messing with some of the gunplas I had here. I think years ago I started working on a gunpla on stream. A real grade Destiny Gundam. Where I only did the legs and I think like the waist of him. I bought a gunpla toolkit which came in the other day, and then I've finished doing the arms, core, and the head. Off stream. You guys didn't see it at all. I posted a photo of it on Twitter. Maybe I'll share it in the Discords after stream. There's still a lot more to do for that one though. If I do stream another model kit thing, I think I want it to be the Yu-Gi-Oh! Millennium Puzzle. I want to get that thing. I've thought about that for a while. I want to get one of those. That seems really, really cool. I actually don't know if it comes with a guide, because I think that's the point of it. It's the Millennium Puzzle, okay? You're just supposed to solve it. Alright, you guys want to play a video game? You guys want to solve some cases? You guys want to figure out who the murderer is? And that it's definitely not us? We definitely didn't kill people this time. Let's just jump right in. It's going to take at least 4 years for the Millennium Puzzle? That's true. Canonically speaking, that's how it worked, right? Now, I messed with the audio levels a bit. because I wanted you guys to hear the BGM while I was getting ready. Now I don't know if the BGM is going to be too loud. Also, I don't know why they've decided to do this as the sound whenever you move this. Pretty sure we want sound effects loud. BGM a little low. Maybe something like this. There's no voice acting, okay? I'll be reading the voices. I just gotta either remember what their voices I gave them were, or just give them new voices. Duels of the Roses when? Listen, I gotta play through Drakengard 2 off stream first before I consider another PS2 game. Okay. I got a lot of things in the docket now, okay? And now we're adding Of the Devil to the docket. This is, you know, everybody's been telling me, when are you gonna do Of the Devil? When's Of the Devil? When's the next Of the Devil? They're probably gonna be releasing episode 3 before you finish episode 2. Get to Of the Devil. So, I'm doing Of the Devil now, because we finished Steins Gate. And I took a break to play a different thing, played the fucking Devil May Cry. Now we're gonna do the next Devil game, okay? Now we're gonna do Of the Devil. And then afterwards, you know, the next Devil game, Mahjong, it's for Satan, and it's created by Satan to torture us forever. No, I don't know. Maybe I'll do Mahjong. Maybe I'll do something else. I don't know. What console was Devil May Cry on? It was on PS2. I said for right now. For right now. Because I finished fucking Devil May Cry. Alright? I'm working on Drakengard 2 now. And I can't do another new one until I'm done with Drakengard 2. Alright? Don't try to actually me about what console that was on. Technically, chap, you played a different PS2 game before you were done with the one that you talked about. Shut up. I wasn't streaming Drakengard 2 before, and I gotta actually make progress on it, okay? Because Ruri is gonna be playing Drakengard 3 soon, and I gotta start it along with her, okay? So we could yap about it some more, alright? Don't fuck with me here, okay? Don't fuck with me. Don't make me. I'll close fucking Of the Devil right now. We'll start doing Mahjong, alright? Don't fuck with me. Alright, it's time to continue. By the way, I hit continue. I was like, oh yeah. I don't have other saves because we did high roller mode. We can't, like, load our saves from things or something like that. Or it auto saves, I think, only? Something like that. Hello? Nothing? Hey, give me an Of the Devil with nothing. There we go. Okay, 8:47 p.m. July 1st, 2086. Well, I managed to prove that David didn't kill himself. And in the process, I proved that his android did. I proved that the android that's been walking around with me all day is capable of murder. A killer robot, a true wait, is this the end of episode 1? I think this is the end of episode 1. Or was this the beginning? Hold on. I want to make sure I'm not screwing this up. Let me open up, I'm gonna open up my VOD for part 3. I'm pretty sure this was the end of episode 1. I'm like 99% sure. I can't tell. Hold on. Wait, why don't I just look up Of the Devil episode 2. I'll see how somebody else started it. If it looks like this, great. I'm on the right track. Nope, this is not the beginning of it. Why didn't it start me then? Am I supposed to do new case? I guess I do new case. New case plus. Or I can skip. Because we already did all this. I call! Ow, my fucking ear. And then I turn it down. Don't ever do that to me. Don't you ever do that to me. Ow, my fucking ear. Jesus. Don't you ever do that to me. Oh. I'm just gonna... Get me out of here. All my progress is saved already. I completed this. I got achievements for this and everything. Right? Yeah, I did. We're good. We just do new case from here. Episode 2. You can choose to play episode 2 in high roller mode. In high roller mode, you're limited to one save slot, and you won't be able to reload your saves while inside the courtroom. Quick saving and autosaves will be disabled as well, so remember to save regularly. The minimum ante for hands will be increased. The minimum and maximum penalties for answering incorrectly during trial gameplay will be increased. But the maximum ante will be increased as well, allowing you to earn the largest possible high score for credit in this episode. Completing the episode in high roller mode will also unlock an exclusive phone charm that can't be earned any other way. You can turn high roller mode off at any time in settings, but in order to turn back on, you would have to restart this episode. This episode contains time-sensitive choices. You can double their duration or disable them entirely in the settings menu. This episode contains testimony segments. Objectionable words or clauses will become red when you prepare to call on them. Okay. This additional hinting can be disabled in the settings menu. You can adjust either of these features at any point without affecting your high roller status. High roller mode is intended to encourage risk-taking. No, fine. To encourage risk-taking and discourage safe scumming. Consider enabling it if you want to pursue this mystery like a true gambler. High roller, standard. We're gonna do a high roller. Welcome to the high roller tables. Enjoy the thrill. Disable tutorials. You can turn them back on in the settings. I don't remember the fucking enable. I don't remember. First question's an easy one. Who's your senator? Maythings? Hello, Stella. Piece of shit still trying to lie to our faces. I don't know who these voices are, so I don't know if I'm giving the right voices. Maythings is our senator, man. What? Still? Shit. Hey, wake up! From the top, I guess. What is your name? Ikari. Yeah. What year is it? 2086? Andy, how's it going? Hi, I'm not here yet, but see you soon. Hell yeah, stay safe. What did he say last time? 2027? Maybe this stuff's finally working. Dog does know how to shake. You can go again in the head. One thing I said, one thing I asked, anywhere but the head. It's not my fault he's got a punchable face. So we calibrated yet, or what? No. Well, we're as close as we're gonna get with equipment this old. Want to get to the real questions, or does he need more softening up? I just said I won't soften him up in the head. How about it? You still with us, hound? You're gonna feel a migraine hit you like a tram in a few seconds. Do me a favor, hold on to the pain. Let go and let the what the fuck is a barbitocin? The barbitocin will drop you like a, what is a barbitocin? Is this a real word? What the fuck is a define barbitocin? A type of drug. I see a barbiturate. A type of drug that slows down the central nervous system, makes people feel calm, sleepy, or relaxed. Okay. Don't want you a vegetable, right? Yeah, that's the spirit. Knew you were a fighter. Question 1. Do you know why you're here? Because you were spooked to do this over a line? I'm always the right amount of spooked, Red. When I tell you there's heat, I mean it. I know, and I always listen. See? Breathable layers. Hold on, first of all, I gotta adjust. See, the audio is shit. What am I to do here? Turn this up, turn this up. In the courtroom, the sound effects fucking killed me when I was skipping through earlier, but we'll see. God damn it. Okay, now this is too quiet. Wait, no, the music's picking up now. I think we're good. God damn it. You laughed. Doesn't mean I can see the point. You're lighter. You memorized the map. Whoop. Risque incendi? I don't even know what she said. I think I got the gist of it. Wait, what did she say before? You're that worried about a paper trail? How do I bring up the backlog? L. Was I playing this with mouse and keyboard before, a controller? I'm doing it with mouse and keyboard now, but... You kept it pretty vague, but yeah, I think. Okay. Am I worried about a paper trail? Proctiv Analytics just won a state contract for new trawling algorithms that can de-anon an entire city blocks crumbs in less than an hour. What the fuck are the crumbs? Internet of Things refers to... Was this... Crumbs? Oh. Internet of Things refers to the networked data sharing that goes on between all of the countless electronics that we monitor ourselves with. Phones, computers, security systems, biofeedback devices, body modifications, and prosthetics, and of course automated dependents, all comprise small but vital parts of this network. Without IoT's ability to collect, process, and share information, massive opportunity costs build up as individuals, governments, and private businesses miss out on the valuable insight that data has to offer. One of the coolest ways that IoT improves our lives is through the usage of crumbs, small packs of data containing your own unique identifying information throughout your day. As your own IoT devices say hi to other devices, they'll leave behind crumbs, or was it, as a parting gift. Crumbs allow for paperless identification and payment and help the government manage human and vehicular traffic. Crumbs let you see where you've been so that you can see where you should go. Want to start leaving crumbs right away? Don't worry, crumbs are enabled by default. Oh boy, yippee! Wahoo! Not interested in sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. Okay. I forgot I had the Neko arc. The Morgan arc. Wait, Neko Morgan? Neko Morgan keychain on the phone. Or phone charm? Yeah, I forgot. Listen. Did you read the financial section today? I'm more of a Sudoku gal. They can't be as well read as Reynard Diamani? Reynard Diamani? Diamani. I'm sending you the links. Read them, and the rest of the news too. Proposition 492 is going to be on the ballot this year. You shouldn't vote on it blindly. For a guy who makes the majority of his living operating outside the law, you sure take your civic duty seriously. Information brokering isn't illegal. What people choose to do with my advice? Do you declare the income for it on your taxes? Sorry. I promise to take a look at what you sent over. Oh, what he sent? Ballot propositions. Well, like works, construction headed to ballot. Hold on, let me adjust where my model is at. I think I'll pull myself down here. Like this. Maybe? Sure, we'll go with that. Ugh. Okay. A tax evader, are we? Just a little bit. Just a little bit. With election coming up, a number of measures related to infrastructure, public works, and funding for city programs will be on the ballot soon. Read on to get an overview of some of the most hotly anticipated issues you'll be able to vote on in the coming months. Proposition 436.2D. Petition for City Council on Commission Cost Analysis on Public Schooling. Sponsored by Aaron Houston Mayors. For the last several decades, all education has been handled through private institutions, typically associated with one or more corporate benefactors. While this has eased the expense of childcare and pre-university education for many families, some citizens regularly voice concern over children being treated as customers first and students second. There are several schools throughout the city that accept students at no cost to their parents, but these are reliant on government subsidies introducing the potential for waste and corruption, and are generally seen as subpar environments for learning. If enough voters say aye to this petition, City Council will commission a study to evaluate the cost and feasibility of reintroducing direct public schooling to the city. Okay, that's one item. Proposition 492.1A. Funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects. Sponsored by Chaplin, Howe Industries, and Wickham. Voting aye on this measure will direct City Council to fund the renovations and reinforcement of multiple Atlas pillars around the lower wards, paid for by a percent increase in sales tax within city limits. Atlas pillars act as stabilizing points for the city's canopy, super infrastructure, and house all the largest public transit elevators that allow foot traffic to seamlessly flow between the canopy and street level. The measure is generally viewed favorably by representatives from the lower wards who acknowledge that the necessary construction will be disruptive, but point to language in proposition that guarantees easing of zoning restrictions around the pillars as vital to reducing unemployment in the target regions. Previous comparable proposals that renovated city pillars north of the park have been touted as successful examples, and studies have shown that poverty is down and citizen satisfaction is up in the surrounding areas. Some number of city council members representing uptown districts have voiced skepticism about these economic benefits, but none have argued against the architectural reality of the canopy's need for additional structural reinforcement. Which exactly of the city's older Atlas pillars will be targeted for this rejuvenation is yet to be disclosed. Past experience has shown that due to the nature of vertically integrated real estate, property values in the lower wards can either skyrocket or even drop into the negatives based on which pillars are rejuvenated. And the city is wary of disrupting the real estate market in the lower wards with rampant outsider-funded speculation. Okay. I didn't understand most of that. Well, I'm a little scared of whatever was happening there, maybe. It sounds like we're just flipping a coin on whether or not this will be a very good or a very bad thing. I don't know. Proposition 493.1A, renaming Atlas Pillars to honor local communities figures. Sponsored by Danford, Johnson, Sunho, Wickham. Nicknamed the Pillars of the Community Project in the headlines. Prop 493 seeks to rename the Atlas Pillars around the city after local leaders and national figures, replacing the current system where pillars are given alphanumerical designations based on the streets that they are built on top of. Few members of City Council have spoken explicitly for or against the measure, but polls show general support among the citizenry, with some questions about how the new names will be chosen. Atlas was originally an internal name for the super infrastructure constructs, but leaked blueprints and contractor word of mouth spread the moniker and has become rooted itself in the culture of the years since, despite having what the mayor at the time reportedly described in private as an ominous ring to it. So one proposal is about setting up more pillars. More funding for more renovation and reinforcement of multiple pillars. Okay, so it's reinforcing. It's not putting in new ones. And then this one is about, like, having them be named after people instead. Probably the people funding it, maybe. Proposition 527.3b. Commission of report on victims of acid snow. We got acid snow here? We don't even have, do we even have acid rain anymore? Don't we, like, weren't we, like, concerned about that, and then we, like, did stuff, and now it's not an issue anymore now? We got acid snow in the future now? What'd you guys do? Sponsored by Hernandez Lang Mohammed. The acid snow incident sits prominently at the forefront of the public conscience following the Grey Fall documentary that premiered earlier this year. Previously unreported on, while the industrial accident did not create snow, and did not, in fact, add acid to the atmosphere, the film's eyewitness accounts of the scarring children received that early morning nearly 2 decades ago as they played in what they thought was unseasonable snowfall have spurred public outcry. If this proposition receives enough eyes on the ballot box, the city will commission a full investigation into the victims of the incident, including assessment of damages for what could one day be a public fund for medical treatment. Critics of the proposition argue that after 20 years, few of the victims will still be residents of the city, assuming they can be found at all. Others point to the state lawsuit Gendu Chemicals settled 15 years ago as sufficient compensation for the victims, though as one of the conditions of that settlement, Gendu did not admit any fault or wrongdoing on the part of the corporate leadership. Okay. Well, so legally speaking, they didn't get involved, but they'll pay you. They'll pay you to say they didn't get involved. Yeah. How can you be this calm? A chance like this doesn't come around, well, ever. Frankly, I'm so surprised they were willing to put the funds it took to commission this thing. What do you think changed? Nothing ever changes in the lower wards. Is what I would say if I was feeling dramatic. Heartbreak made organized crime look like a bunch of cowards hiding under rocks. Is what I would say if I was feeling comedic. Don't joke about heartbreak before sending a woman off into the lower wards by herself. Oh yeah, heartbreak is the nickname that I think we have been given as the serial killer going around. I think that was what we were being called. So that's us. Because you're such a delicate flower in need of protection. Profiles. Now we have a profile on me, Morgan. Date of birth, December 26th, the day after Christ. What can I say? Definitely no devil here. 175 centimeters. Blood type AB negative. Occupation, criminal, defense attorney. Likes, power washers. Lamb chops, prime numbers. Dislikes, lectures, felt, the violin. Okay. Plays, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, cello, mahjong. Need I say more? Need I say more? Need I say more? Mahjong and what is e-card? Did we invent a card game in this world? What is this? Favorite flowers. Or favorite flower? The funny looking red ones. Licorice radiata. Eggs. Fried and runny. Why do we have a category for eggs? Can we... well, it's, favorite flower is one thing, but just eggs? Okay, it's important. We have to know. How about you start feeling analytic and give me your real answer? Fine. In my humble opinion, the Rust made the first move. Demand for their products has gone up, so they set to work their syringes and cleavers and vans. Mobile chop shops hunting for product to fill the supply gap. Supply gap? You can't bit without it landing on a Virtuvian clinic. Hold on, I have to see. Oh my god, Jesus. Sorry. I didn't get to hit the button in time to mute myself. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I don't want to say most of what we're talking about here, or what we're doing here so far with this already. Did we meet? I don't know if we met this guy in the last episodes at all. I don't remember this guy at all. But okay. What mods aren't being printed to demand? Mods, body modifications, is a term that may refer to cybernetic prosthetics, artificial implants, neural enhancements, or any combination of the above. While body modifications have been seen throughout history and across a wide range of cultures, the modern body modification movement is differentiated by a shift from intrinsic factors, expression, or identity, to extrinsic motivators, job opportunities, technological benefits, improvements in physical or mental ability. Historically, mods have been classified based on which section of the user's spinal cord the interfacing occurs at, thoracic, lumbar, or cervical. But this system does not account for mods which interact directly with the human brain. The increased prevalence of so-called above-the-neck modding in recent years has led to several corporations and medical organizations proposing their own new classification systems. But so far, none have gained much traction. Users also frequently search for, can you return mods? Can you undo mod surgery? Best reviewed neural implants 2086. Okay. It's replacement parts, not the mods that the Rust harvest. Virtuvian, how, and all the others aren't interested in helping you fix a faulty pump. They just want to sell you a whole new model. Who's the Rust? The Rust might not always be pretty to look at, but even law-abiding citizens will gladly swallow their distaste for a discount that steep. A lot of modders are veterans, not easy prey. Correct. Hence, the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the Blue Bloods sensing escalation. But that's just my hypothesis. I ever get pulled into an alley and wake up missing a kidney, we'll call it a formal theory. Okay, so that's... Okay, so the Rust is probably beating the shit out of somebody in the intro thing that we were seeing before. It's not like we're talking about a weapon of mass destruction. What makes the Blues think they can win a gang war with it? Wait. Okay, so there's the Rust and the Blue Bloods? Or was the Blue Bloods supposed to refer to cops, or... I'm sorry, what is... Blue Bloods. I always assume Blue Bloods refer to, like, cops or whatever. What does it mean here? A person belongs to noble, royal, or socially prominent family. So, okay. Upper class, rich. Okay. The idea lingers in the air for a moment as I gaze out the window. I was just trying to click back in. I wanted to do the one here to see. So the Rust stockpiling weapons, and in response, the Blue Bloods sense escalation. Okay. Windows and neon advertisements galore float up past us like bubbles of air as we make our descent. Down into our beautiful city's scenic lower wards. How's this part go again? Through me the way to the city of woe, through me the way to eternal pain, through me the way among the lost. Inferno Canto 3? I don't... Okay, here we go. Welcome to the other world, Dante. Sometimes hot, sometimes misty, sometimes choking with poison. Always dark. That's the official forecast? More accurate than whatever's on your phone. Between the skyscrapers, the generators, the turbines, and the canopy, every city block's got its own climate down here. 9 circles of fresh hell. If you got the reference, say something. Don't make me feel crazy for 5 minutes so you can feel smart for 5 seconds. The smog of the lower wards lingers on your skin long after you make the climb back out. This place clings to you, unwanted, cloying attachment. But there's an honesty to all human interaction down here that makes it trivial for me to navigate. It's got a nightlife rife with opportunities for someone with my particular interests, murder. Sorry I couldn't get you anything else to work with. It was short notice. I know better than to bet against you by now, Red. But still, it's sweet of you to worry. But this is a surefire thing. Spoke like a true addict. I mean it. I'm here for business, not pleasure. I don't plan on leaving anything to chance. Avoid the populated streets. Turn away from brightly lit spots. Follow the trail of graffiti and broken cameras past food stands and steam vents down the rabbit hole. It sounds more complicated than it actually is in practice. It's easy to end up on the wrong side of town as long as you're trying to. Reinhardt's map narrowed the search a lot more than I expected, but I'll be on my own from here on out. It's gotta be one of these 3 buildings. Let's go over what I know. I'm looking for a base of operations for a mid-tier kind of pod. Rougher than a storefront, not as fortified as the headquarters. A location that makes customers feel safe, not trapped. Of course, it's just, if I just start knocking on doors, they'll probably find me with weapons drawn. So if I want to be smart about this, I'm going to use all my senses. Am I actually moving here? Oh no, I'm looking around. I forgot this is how the game works. Okay. Examine. The windows are all dark, like no one's home. But they're all shut too, so it could be that they're just tinted. Alley's clear. Fire escape's still there, for the most part. Could pass for an alternate exit if need be. And that door looks sturdy enough to bounce a bullet off. Someone's been renovating. Scope out, check. A bit cleaner than the other buildings around here. Could be someone spending money on upkeep. Or maybe this one's just been torn down and rebuilt the least. There are a couple bodies lingering around outside it. They don't exactly have the organized criminal associate edge. Showing results for organized criminal associate. Orca. Gang. Organized criminal associate is the label most widely used within law enforcement for individuals who are members of criminal organizations, supplanting terminology used during the first half of the 21st century, in accordance with changes to the organization of, recruitment for, and internal culture within organized crime. Frequently abbreviated with some artistic liberty as orcs, or more common orcas. Law enforcement professionals often use related nomenclature when discussing organized criminal activity in informal settings. For example, an orca may also be referred to as a killer whale, KALE, or KW. A group of orcas may be called a pod, while a known gathering place may be labeled a den. Okay, so pod didn't mean podcast. We weren't trying to find a podcast to be a part of tonight. Okay. Rust. Rust Gang. The Rust Criminal Organization. The domestic criminal organization known as the Rust is more accurately described as a loose collection of smaller gangs, sets, and racketeering operations that formed out of necessity rather than particular shared value. Broad powers granted to the state and law enforcement to arrest civil unrest during the 60s meant that small to medium-sized criminal organizations could not survive on their own, as virtually all their members could be detained indefinitely if one or more members was suspected of racketeering, under new laws that classified gang activity as terrorism. While the Rust has evolved since its chaotic initial formation, the spirit of it lives on in the highly diverse culture of the Rust component cells or pods. Law enforcement officials disagree on whether the Rust meets the definition of a criminal organization, as many argue that the gangs that make it up are capable of operating completely independently of one another. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intending to make smaller gangs. Patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. Wait, what? Intended to make smaller gangs I'm sorry. Let me read this again. Some hypothesize that the Rust serves merely as a shadow on the cave wall, intended to make smaller gangs' patterns of violence seem like well-organized planning. I see. Okay. As it stands, the Rust is known for its black market operations in illegal and illicitly sourced mods, offering military-grade or foreign-produced mods to civilians. They are particularly known for regularly assaulting and ripping mods out of their victims for resale. Historically, the Rust has been associated with elevated levels of gang violence, earning themselves a fearsome reputation that has, fortunately, limited their ability to assimilate themselves into the other segments of society. However, the People v. Harmony K systems, the state alleged that Harmony K had, on numerous occasions, employed the Rust as a kind of extra-legal mercenary force when pursuing aggressive market negotiations with their competitors. The case was ultimately settled out of court for an undisputed penalty amount, but misinformation has persisted ever since, claiming that the Rust has endured despite its violent tendencies due to being sheltered from consequences by corporations who contract the Rust as deniable mercenaries. Okay. They don't exactly have that organized criminal associate edge. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of pods will pay civilians good money just to keep their eyes open. Okay, we'll get more money. But there's a camera out front, and it's not broken. Overall, it's probably just some mechanic's garage that shuts down the power to save money at night. And then that was the scope out. And that's it, so it's just this. Well, this place looks like shit. Looks more like a haunt that what? Looks more like a haunt just dry enough for users to pass out in than anything else. It's plenty inconspicuous, but a dealer of the level I'm looking for would be considered a made man respectable. I doubt they'd be willing to step over trash constantly just to keep a low profile. Okay, might as well pull the trigger. Dingy, but not a shithole. Some secure features, but the paint's not too shiny. Goldilocks takes it. This is my best bet. But why? I feel like I'm being watched. What? Hello? Is this our Android assistant, or is this a new person? Who's this? Hey! This is a kid. Okay. Great acting. You supposed to be the lookout? Red Hood! What'd you say? People come down here to be anonymous, or the closest thing to it in the modern day. It's considered poor etiquette to stare at anyone for more than a moment. It's a faux pas to make an effort. Faux pas? Faux pas to make an effort to remember someone. Commenting on another's dress isn't a slap in the face, but it is odd. Go away? At least they could take direction. Whatever, a lookout being around just confirms that I picked the right building. Time to try the door. What'll make them open up? Money probably works. Call, money, knock. I have money. Actually, I have a dark card. That should have provoked a reaction. A grunt, footsteps, something. I place my hands against the door absentmindedly, ready to move to plan B. And I feel movement. Locks being checked, perhaps a doorknob palmed? Well, maybe I should have picked a different option, because this seems like it might have been the correct option. Anxiety and curiosity pit against one another by an onlooking greed. How do you enter a closed room? First, you try pushing. When that doesn't work, naturally, you forget it. I'll find some other... No need for master keys or any other trickery. If you know what you're doing, doors will open for you. Like magic. The door's not the only thing that's been reinforced around here. This apartment building? Motel? Whatever it used to be, someone's made a lot of effort to file it down. Hallways blocked off with chicken wire and stripped furniture. Access panels ripped out. Doors welded shut. They took a maze and ground it down into a one-way street. Maybe a shooting gallery. With blaring musical accompaniment. Don't get any ideas. Got no vacancy. And here I thought I found my dream home, Mr. Call me Trey. And too bad, we're closed this month. Wait, you're serious? You rent these out? Of course we do. This is a business. Right, and you, see a lot of demand? This is the lower wards, bitch. He sighs the word without emphasis, like a subconscious honorific. Oh, wait, how would he have said it then? This is the lower wards, bitch. Like that? This is the lower wards, bitch. I'm not honored, but I can't find it in myself to be offended either. Tons of stray ducks will pay top for a site to lay low a night or two. I can see why. This is the hallway. The rooms are clean. Sure. Look, the doors are heavy, the locks are all physical, and it's quiet. This is a safe house for rent. Safe rooms for rent. But like I said, we're not open for business right now. Curious. Come on, up the stairs already. And no mask when we get up there. And curiouser. A good mask is like a good pair of boots in the lower wards. Keeps you clean, keeps you moving, makes your journey a dozen times more comfortable. And if you leave the house barefoot, you can expect to bring back something unsavory attached to you. It's not odd for him to be barefaced, but demanding that I not wear mine is... Seriously, stuff it in your pocket now. Oh, Commandy. Agree, refuse, deflect. Deflect? Forgot I was wearing it. Why so nervous, though? We're not. I mean, I ain't nervous. Nothing to worry about, then. Yeah, but you need to lose those gloves, too. So that's their game. This isn't a power move. It's insurance. If this place ever gets busted, evidence of my visit will be all over the place. They're giving their customers extra incentive to make sure this shithole remains a hidden gem. A reasonable idea on their part, but it doesn't change my answer. Refuse. That's not happening. Bitch. Oh, whatever. Have fun explaining to the boss why you can't follow basic instructions. That does sound fun. Okay, I'm here. What I missed? We took a long elevator down. Random dude bro gave us whole Dante's Inferno speech about the lower wards, and now we're going into some weird safe house for rent shithole place. I'm pretty sure we're down here to kill someone as our next target, as a murderer, but I don't know yet. I don't know what the fuck we're doing here yet. Also, there was a random kid outside who just said Red Hood, and then we scared them away, and now this guy is just calling us a bitch is like an honorific. I don't know what's going on. Okay, we're still in the dark out. Yeah, I have no clue what we're doing here yet. Also, there was a little scene that we saw before we got to Morgan where someone who we don't know was getting the shit kicked out of them, and they were being interrogated by like 2 people. We've also been given some lore about a criminal organization called the Rust, and the fact that the lower wards are working for funding on these Atlas pillars that like structurally hold up areas of the canopy ward structure. I don't some city thing that might be important later. I can't tell you. But the big thing is there's a criminal organization called the Rust who likes to steal modifications from people and then sell them. I assume we're looking into something related to that, but I don't know. Anyways, watch it. You're a guest here. A guest? I'm a paying customer. And if you try to get me to remove any more articles of clothing, I'm leaving a scathing review. You haven't paid yet. Come on. Right behind you. Through here? Yeah, hey, I'll get the door. What the heck? Whoa. Huh. So many people. I have to give voices to so many people. Fuck. Howdy. Where the hell did you find her? Must have fallen out of the canopy like ripe as shit fruit. Because if she didn't fall out of the damn sky, that'd mean Trey opened the door for her. Right, Trey? Tanks. Come on, How hard is it not to open a goddamn door? Well, she has... Shut up. The others aren't fazed by his volume. This is normal. The big guy's always like this. But his outburst is giving me a moment to take in the scenic view. Brings a tear to my eye. By the way, what do we just get for profiles here? So we got Trey. Oh, I'll read this to you again, Andy, since you missed it. Okay, Morgan's profile now. There's a couple differences here. December 26th birthday, 175 centimeter height, blood type AB negative, occupation criminal, criminal, and a defense attorney. Likes, power washers, lamb chops, prime numbers. Dislikes, lectures, felt, the violin. Plays, blackjack, Texas Hold'em, cello, mahjong, and e-card. I don't know what that is. Favorite flower, the funny-looking red ones. Lycoris radiata. And then we have an egg category now. Eggs, fried and runny. This is important. So now we have Trey. Sungmin Trey Trench. April 2nd birthday. 177 centimeters. 62 kilograms. O positive. Occupation freelancer. In quotes. Likes, vending machines, skate parks, ice chips. What are ice chips? What ice chips? Ice chips are small. What? Small pieces of ice commonly used.
I'll take a potato chip and eat it.
I don't think that's quite what we're looking for here. Okay, it's trying to give me some like post-surgery ice answer at first, and then it says the term also refers to ice chips candy. Where are ice chips candy? I've never heard of this before. Are they good? They like literally just looks like chunks of like ice from like a freezer. I'm assuming it's candy. Well, this guy likes them at least. They serve them in hospital sometimes to patients who can't drink easily. Hi. It's just ice, dude. It's not. No, there is actual ice candy. There is actual ice chips candy. There's the two things. So there's ice chips, the things that serve in a hospital, and then there's actual candy. This is like not a made up thing. Like I'm seeing actual like ice chips candies. A whole bunch of them. I've never heard of this before in my life though. Interesting. Alright, he likes them. Dislikes, rich kids, fried foods, cops. Okay, alright, fair enough. Loitering, 3 arrests, 0 convictions. Easy. Larceny, 2 arrests, 1 conviction. Truancy, no incidents on record. Okay. Tanks. Anker Tanks Ton. August 11th, 191 centimeters, 101 kilograms, A negative. Occupation, handyman, in quotes. He's got a gun. This is like, fucking Higurashi, fucking, Mion? Mion was the one with the guns, right? Mion. Parkour, likes parkour, spray paint, stainless steel, beer cans. Dislikes beer cans, water stains, cops. Assault, 2 arrests, no charges pressed. Grand theft, 3 arrests, 2 convictions. Incarceration, 18 months juvenile correctional camps. Okay. He's been convicted twice for grand theft. I sure a birthday with the stupid one? Fuck. Hey. Listen. He's just hanging out here. You. Me? Yeah, who else? Hit that. A cigarette? It's laced with drugs. Or don't. I love an excuse to kick her ass back down those stairs. You think I'm a cop? You think I'm a cop and cops can't use drugs when undercover? I could quote them the exact law that invalidates this legal defense, but I gather that wouldn't assuage their concerns. It's laced with visual novels. Ah, that's that good shit. Well, what's it gonna be? What do we do, kids? Do we hit it? Do we hit it? What are we doing here? Are we hitting it? I mean, I would say no to drugs. Because I'm a good Samaritan here. Samaritan? I don't know if that would apply here. I'm pure, okay? I wouldn't do that. But Morgan, I don't know. It makes you read all of Umineko before continuing. I guess we'll hit it. Don't mind if I do. I love free shit. Oh, fuck. This edible ain't shit. Hey. Damn, bitch, breathe. But you offered. Trey, what the hell is this? This red bitch. You tried to jinx us? She has a customer. No, she's a customer. We get customers every day of the goddamn year. Why'd you bring her here? Why'd you bring her in here tonight? There we go. This is it. I found the place. Well, Creek, she's got... Look at me. Don't talk to Creek. Talk to me. She's got a dark card. I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like... I ran the cereal downstairs. Scanner got hot like a hand warmer trying to crunch it, so... It's legit, right? Dark card, huh? This guy's name is Creek. Let's see who Creek is. Lakers Creek Kristoff. November 10th. 178 centimeters. 76 kilograms. O negative. Entrepreneur, in quotes. This is a Bitcoin scam artist guy. This is likes making money and making friends. Dislikes doctors. Oh, okay. Grand theft. Case dismissed due to lack of evidence. Extortion. Case dismissed due to witness recanting. Pronouns. Any. Alright. Hard not to start playing a little more conservatively once you know the stakes. Whatever the specifics of our leadership whatever the specifics of their leadership structure, they're all looking to this Creek right now. but I don't know his rhythm yet, so I can't exactly match it. For the moment, silence is golden. Yeah, but tonight, Creek, with all the other shit we're expecting to shovel? Hey, shouldn't make talk like that in front of the customer. Customer? You'd think the word was old toothpaste the way you spat it out. Translation, outsider. Thanks, yeah, Miller, I know. Heavens Miller Smiles. October 6, 177 centimeters, 69 nice kilograms. B negative. Occupation, tradesman. Likes horror films, bubblegum, terrariums. Dislikes bookies, gin, and cops. The only Creek doesn't hate cops. He just hates doctors. Okay. Vandalism, 4 arrests, 4 convictions. Okay. All right. Extortion, 2 arrests, 0 convictions. Littering, no incidents on record. Oh, that's good to know at least. All the more reason we should tell this bitch to get slagged. Look, she's here now. So why not take her money? You know what? I had a better idea. Wait, it says apply directly to a forehead in the bottom. Excuse you? What can I? It says apply directly to a forehead. The loud one, Tangs, is pressing a barrel directly into my forehead. Why not take her for all she's got? Metal feels cool on my skin. Reminds me of a stethoscope. Breathe in. And try not to sigh at the theatrics. Instead, I make eye contact with Creek. Hey now. You can put that away. He reholsters his firearm without so much as a click of the tongue. Mid-tiers, like I thought. They've got something approaching discipline. Mind the safety. Get screwed. Hey. Yeah. Heh. It wasn't hey, it was heh. So we good? We're good, we're good. We are good, right, Creek? Threading a thin needle, lady. A lot of moving parts neath the surface here. Give me a minute to clear my schedule for you. Make yourself at home in the meantime. Just don't hover, yeah? Of course. You don't even notice I'm here. We're gonna start looking at everything. Observe, observe. Okay, we got so much shit. Okay. This side of the room first? No, this side of the room, I guess. Observe. You doing inventory over here? Ouch. Must have caught you on the worst night of the quarter. Quarter? This ain't a meg operation, lady. We take our inventory daily. Torture. You gotta suggest we put it all down on a spreadsheet? Get everyone to sign off every hour? I got a special name for something, for anything with more than one signature on it. A cricket case. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Alright, we got terms here. Meg. Derogatory slang for mega corporation or one of their employees. Meg is a derogatory and hateful term used to refer to so-called mega corporations or anyone who works for them. There are numerous unverified explanations for how the term originated. Some say it is a natural evolution from the slang word shark, which was used to refer to ruthless individuals or businessmen in the late 20th century. Others claim that Meg was originally short for Megan, or short of a sort of archetypal individual that defended the contributions that corporations have made to society. Tired of having to read anti-industrious sentiment on the net? Check out our auto-censor tools that replace harmful words like Meg with family-friendly alternatives like job creator or patriot. You know, nice little alternatives. CRICO. Combating Racketeer Influenced and Corrupt Criminal Organizations Act. The blah 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 Act provides for increased law enforcement's powers and impunity when investigating and prosecuting organized criminal charges. The CRICO Act allows for prosecutors to link multiple individual charges of racketeering, contraband, smuggling, or other smaller infractions into criminal conspiracy charges against the entirety of a criminal organization. Though much of the law is built off of previous legislature designated to assist prosecutors in fighting organized crime, the CRICO Act is distinct in that it makes clear the distinction between criminal organizations and corporations that may be operating in violation of the law, considered necessary to adapt to changes in the drug trafficking, gambling, and sex work industries. Before the CRICO Act, prosecutors would at times seek to designate corporations engaging in aggressive market or cartel-like behavior as criminal organizations, arguing that their structure does not significantly differ from what might be called a mafia. Post-CRICO corporations, with legal business charters registered with the state, are effectively immune to criminal conspiracy charges and are instead prosecuted through the trade courts. Some of the more liberal-leaning members of the judicial system have argued that this emboldens certain aggressive corporate behaviors and complicates attempts to prosecute criminal organizations who make some amount of their profits through legally registered and operating businesses. Others point to relatively higher penalties in the trade courts as sufficient deterrent for criminal activity on the behalf of either corporate or mafia parties. In criminal courts, sentences for individuals can be as severe as life in prison, but in trade courts, guilty verdicts can result in entire companies being deregistered and all their assets being acquired by the state. Hey, we getting hit with RICO charges in here? Listen, not me. I unfortunately pay my taxes, okay? Legally speaking, all right? Users also frequently search for how to avoid CRICO charges easy 2086. Oh, okay, well, also Prisoner's Dilemma explained. And is it illegal to gather with people? That's an important question. I gotta know. Okay. He's corrupting the CRICO acronym a lot, but his risk assessment isn't misguided. Paperwork brings down more criminal organizations than guns ever will. Also, hi Aztec, how's it going? Give a half-decent accountant one thread to pull on, and they can rip apart the mafia in less than a business day. Hey, what Creek say? Don't hover. It's only hovering if I'm bothering you. Am I bothering you? If you are bothering me, you'd know it. So then I'm not? We're good? We're all good. Remark. Did I interrupt a game? What's your poison? 5 card? Full blind? Monaco rules? Are those games? We just screw around with whatever we've got to kill time, lady. You know your stuff. Ever play around here? Now and then. The hell you go slumming for card games? Now and then. Have you seen a game? Have I seen you at a game before? Maybe up by the 30s? Sorry, must have been some other redhead. Damn. Thought I'd finally gotten my second chance at getting that beauty's contacts. You practiced that one a lot? Practiced it a little. How's it working? Keep practicing. I can read it properly for the first time since Monday. Hell yeah! Is one of these the MC? The redheaded lady there. That is Morgan. If you were not here the last time, basically, we are a criminal defense lawyer and also a criminal. We are a serial killer as well. Because why not? This is a brand new case though with episode 2 for whatever story that we have to deal with. So you didn't have to be there for episode 0 and 1. And we have no clue what's happening right now. We're currently our main character has decided to go to the lower wards of this place and visit some criminal group here. These are all new characters that we're meeting yet. No Sarah yet? Was that the name of the android lady? She's not here with us right now currently. She was there last episode. I don't know where she is right now. Criminal, defense attorney. Now let's talk to this guy, I guess. You good, buddy? Looking a little sweaty. Well, that's just because I was exercising before you showed up. Uh-huh. But you don't believe me? How do you think we defended what's ours down here? I assume the gun I was acquainted with just now played a role. Think we can afford to break the bank on bullets? It's easy to buy a gun. Pulling the trigger is also easy. Like kissing it goodbye. It'll rat you out first chance it gets. An aversion to firearms would explain the relatively low fatality for gang-related violence. Big names can afford to buy a new gun every week, but for everyone beneath them, it comes down to crowbars, clubs, and knives. And mods. Well, I'm sure you do very well in your fist fights. Fist fight is juvie. Sounds like recess shit. Sorry, fisticuffs? Laugh it up. The first time you hear the sound of steel arm makes caving a skull in, you'll get exactly how we operate. Right. Sorry. What'd you say? I don't know why I thought those clearly beer bottles were mayo. They kind of do look like, what the fuck? Bolt's expensive as fuck these days, for real. Where's Greeny's nose at, though? That's a good question. Let's pester this guy. What? Nothing. You're just kind of glaring at me. It's my job to glare at suspect bitches like you. Tanks is just superstitious. That's all. Though I wouldn't call it a superstition until it stops keeping you alive. Am not! Did I pass a black cat on my way in or something? It's your clothes. Again? Didn't know your fine establishment had a dress code. It's not a code, it's just bad goddamn luck to wear red. What? It is? Wait, what? Bad luck to see, red man. Same thing. And you see the red hood, then you fear for your... Oh, I accidentally clicked. Then you fear for your life. Cosplaying as her is... weird, but it won't doom you. Great. It'll only doom us. I don't think I've heard this particular ghost story, boys. Really? You were blending in so well. The Red Rider Hood? The Shinigami? Grim Reaper of the lower wards? Spot her on a misty night and end up dead by morning light. Come on, Krieg, don't start that shit when you don't even believe it. Don't have to believe it to have heard the rhyme. You've never heard of the Red Rider Hood? Little girl in the fog in a big red raincoat? Misted in the crossfire of a shootout between pigs and robbers, wanders the ward seeking revenge? What the heck? Mist? Slang. Verb, slang for shoot, destroy, kill, especially against living things. A slang term meaning to shoot or to kill that originates from the bloody spray produced when a modern firearms projectile makes contact with living tissue. Example, a gun that size could mist a crowd from 100 meters, even if you weren't aiming. A Shinigami, huh? They hate me because I'm a redhead. Tale as old as time. No, never. Thought even uptowners knew this stuff. You gonna tell me you've never heard of the cyberpunk or the little lord next? The cyberpunk? Now, a mythologized counter-cultural icon or way of being. Originally a term coined in short science fiction story, and later having grown into... wait, hold on. I need to take a drink of water here. Hold on. Originally a term coined in a short science fiction story, and later having grown into a genre all on its own, cyberpunk or cyberpunk historically has referred to a counterculture centered around the themes of underdog resisting powerful corporate or government forces through digital guerrilla warfare. While the genre has persisted to modern times and evolved in numerous ways, over the last 2 decades it has taken on new meaning as a kind of mythologized way of being for the adolescent or disaffected to aspire to. a code of conduct that emphasizes anti-authoritarianism, community organizing, corporate disengagement, and socio-economic consciousness. The so-called singular cyberpunk has become the 21st century man without a name, a wanderer with their own rule of law. Cultural critic Simon Essentia summarized the appeal as
It's time
thus.
to drink water.
Yeah, he said that.
It's time to drink
He said it was time to drink water. But he also said there's no such thing as a 21st century hero. Is it any wonder the most vulnerable among us turn to the past for guidance? Users also frequently search for "Get ready with me, cyberpunk," and "The 99 Man Explained," and "Are co-ops illegal?" I thought it said "Are cops illegal?" It's "Are co-ops illegal?" Guess I don't have a good ear for this kind of thing. Or maybe you're just not as smart as you think you are. Says the grown man sweating because of a ghost story. How about I take extra care not to walk under any ladders for the rest of the night and we call it even? Walk under any... Where would you even find a... Oh, did you mean step ladder? Bro. Now who's afraid? You look a little pale. You look pale as spit. Because for some reason I just got the horrible feeling I lost a bet. Check the door to leave. Are we done already? Alright, I guess get me out of here. The door's nearly as sturdy as the one out front, but a lot more slapped together. We just have a bat. Okay, just a bat. That's how we lock things. What was it originally? That's a walk-in freezer or something? What? No, we had an agreement about hovering, yeah? Yeah. It's barred from this side. We got somebody inside there, I think. Alright, come here, pull up a chair. Let me ask you something before we get started. What was your first job? Waitress. Waitress. You remember this feeling? 9 p.m. diners filter out. Doors close at 10. I'll start turning off the grills, taking out the trash, settling down. And then some mouth breather comes in at 9:40 with big blank eyes expecting you to find him a table. Yeah? Yeah. Asshole behavior. Not breaking any rules. Can't arrest him. Can't shoot the guy. Even if you wanted to. So, related note, you're here to buy. Oh, I see. Okay. A paying customer. Happy to have you. Just read the room, okay? Sure. And no haggling. Now what are you here for? Well, can't be honest about that. Time to build a story. This creek seems less high-strung than the others. He must have a few years and a couple promotions under his belt. He might be on the 3rd floor at the moment, but in spirit he's still on the street, earning. Everybody above him is in more managerial positions. He's in between crowds, isolated. And he seemed entertained by my poke at the big guy. Putting all that together, I'm not actually here for myself. Truth is, I can't hear anything over the damn screen. I grab the remote sitting on the edge of the desk and turn off the screen. That's better. Oh, we turn off the music. The hell you do that for? It was too loud. We like it loud. Screws with bugs and wires and cops. Are you a cop? Keeping it at that volume could damage your ears. You'd end up yelling all the time. Relax, Tanks. Cut her some slack. She smoked enough of your shitty roll to... I was gonna say fall over, but you seem... sober? Me? You got chrome lungs or something? I've just always had a very high tolerance for that kind of thrill. You do a bunch of drugs and not even enjoy it? Shit, you must have been popular in high school. Or, not high school, just school. Just popular in school. Blah, blah, blah. Not exactly. But clearly I'm not invincible. I never talk about myself if I wasn't at least a little stoned. My bad, we usually pride ourselves on not giving a shit who our customers are. Thanks for making me the exception. Now, like I was saying, I'm actually here for someone else. My boss, to tell you the truth. Huh. That sucks. Does your regional manager want a made-to-order heart attack at his retirement party or something? You're not that far off. His son's turning 18 and he wants a party. An organic party. How's that supposed to mean? Hell if I know. But a coworker let slip that I smoked a few times in college. So boss goes and hands me his dark card, slaps me on the rear, and sends me down here. Told me to get everything his son needs for the best graduation ever. Huh, that's rough. A pretty lady like yourself shouldn't be stuck running errands at this hour, not in this part of the city. It's not safe. Speaking of which, Miller? Stand up, raise your hands. I oblige, but the lanky one keeps staring at me oddly, looking me up and down. It's not complimentary. He is searching for something. See, normally, I would never be this poor of a host to such a nice customer, but... Boss is right. Yeah. Mine have been real micromanaging lately. It's kind of becoming a problem. So, we're taking a little more care around new faces. Tucked inside her jacket, around the left pocket. His eyes aren't modded. Did I give it away with my body language? Something you want to share with the class? Forgot I had that, maybe? Yes, I have a knife on me. I should have declared that on my papers? Would have been the polite thing to do, yeah. Sorry for the poor manners. But a pretty lady like me, this part of town? Guess I was just being careful around new faces. All right. You're letting her keep it? I got you here to protect us. You got the gun. Don't worry. Have to wonder, though. Why'd a high-power corporate mover shaker come in person? Why come to us? Why not go cross the skywalk over to the nearest Icaria-owned dispensary? Cagey tonight, aren't we, boys? The hell are they so suspicious for? And who are the Icaria? The name sounds vaguely familiar, but... Well, I can read between the lines. They're the competition. So if these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer... Let me read this again. If these blue bloods are being this cautious around a paying customer, I can shame them over it. Blue blood. An international criminal organization, most commonly known as the Blue Bloods, originated in the early 21st century as an offshoot of Eastern Hemisphere triads that subsumed various dock workers' unions. Loosening international corporate regulations and decreasing job opportunities at the time made it difficult for traditional unions to gather and maintain bargaining power. Simultaneously, many triads struggled as increasing nationalism around the globe, combined with improvements in border security, made the profit margins for smuggling smaller and smaller, even as demand for foreign goods went increasingly unmet. Historians and criminologists debate on the exact origin of the Blue Bloods, even among ex-members. There remains debate about which side approached which, or when the Blue Bloods became a distinct identity. What is agreed upon is that by the mid-21st century, the Blue Bloods were a significant presence in every major trade port around the world, smuggling goods across borders and extorting multinational corporations by threatening to withhold or destroy merchandise as they entered the country. Domestically, the Blue Bloods seem to have given serious consideration towards legitimizing their activities for a time, acquiring legal charters of business for many of their shipping and security operations during the 2050s. The same time period also saw a cooling of hostilities between the Blue Bloods and many of their rivals, with gang-related violence dropping precipitously. Civil disruptions and suspected changes in leadership during the 60s, however, reversed this trend. While the Blue Bloods remain a major player on the global criminal trafficking market, their status of criminal concern was officially downgraded to moderate by the state during the 2070s. Most criminologists agree that their national presence is now relatively weak and has remained so for long enough that the organization's broader Global leadership is likely uninterested in expanding the resources it would take to change the status quo. Okay. So we get background on another criminal organization here. And it's these dudes that we're talking to. I didn't know if this was the Rust or who we were talking to. So this is the Blue Bloods. All right. I mean, sure, everyone knows the Ikaria have taken the lion's share of the city. I just didn't realize that they had a monopoly, too. Hey, get it straight. The Ikaria won't be on top anymore once we... never mind. Can we not do business? No one said that. So what'll it be? Well, I don't want any of these kids choking on their own foam. Even if it'd be funny to watch. I figured I'd just buy a bunch of downers and maybe a handful of uppers. Let half of them get high off the atmosphere. Downers, huh? We've got the new titration of lime. Lasts for hours. Yeah, they can stir it into their watered-down beers. Wait, new titration? No one's gonna shit themselves, are they? No. Not until the morning, at least. Alright, well, I can live with that. What have you got on the other end? Got plenty. Long as they don't mind hippos. Hypodermics. I feel like these baby shark types would get nervous around needles. You got anything they can inhale? Well, I've got a lot of nerve. Fast bump, high plateau, and a smooth ride down our bestseller. Sounds great. Unfortunately, it is in high demand, so... Nirvana drug. How do I even pronounce... Metahexaphenol? What? I don't... Did I even... Hold on. Is this even a real word? Metahexaphenol? What? Phenol is an illegal stimulant sold in the black market as a recreational drug under the street name Nirvana. Not to be confused with Nirvana the band, not to be confused with Nirvana the band, the show, not to be confused with Nirvana the band, the show, the movie. This is Nirvana the drug. Sometimes shortened to Nerve. When taken as an inhalant, it is a euphoriant with mild hallucinogenic properties. In recent months, its growing popularity has led many to suspect that the drug is being assessed for legalization by the Bureau of Narcotics Insight. The process of considering a drug for legalization is kept strictly confidential in order to prevent rampant speculation in the pharmaceutical market. However, increases in the sales of the precursor chemicals for making seem to indicate that producers are anticipating its legalization nonetheless. The relative obscurity of said precursor chemicals has made the uptake particularly noticeable, and supply has not been able to keep up with this elevated demand. Possession, production of, use of, or trafficking in is a crime. Even when a drug is legalized, previous violations of narcotics laws are not granted amnesty. I get that he's selling me drugs, but does he really have to sell me drugs? Hey, it's not my card anyway. Charge it. Gladly. Typing away on his tablet like this, he almost looks white collar. Checks out, right? The cereal's legit, so... Yeah, man. You already said that. It's encrypted, Trey. It's not meant to be a one-tap purchase. Dark card. The gold standard of untraceable fund transfer among the criminal and financial elite. Your average citizen wouldn't recognize it as anything special. It looks like any other credit or debit card. Only reason I recognized it is because they got flashed all the time back at my apprenticeship. Mostly the drawing lines, but sometimes mostly for drawing lines, but sometimes for purchasing. Hard to convert the funds back into cash, but if you want to buy or sell on the black market, you couldn't ask for better. So what the hell is going on? I'm dangling some very enticing bait here. An amiable mark, spending money that's not her own. They should be salivating over me. Instead, they're practically x-raying me. Why? Interesting decor. We got drugs and a sword. Oh, finally someone notices. It's nice, right? It's called cherrywood. Redid the paint myself with a finish I had imported. It's a nice piece of furniture, Creek. What I was referring to, it's your paperweight, the sword. Oh yeah, that. You like it? Yeah. Sure. It has a certain rustic simplicity, though it's not exactly gleaming. Have you considered giving it a polish? That'd be a crime. Oh? Polishing off the battle scars from a hard-won prize. Prize? It's not yours? Something I picked up on the job. A masculine voice, muffled, possibly gagged, and stifled, as if pained. Seems like I'm not their only guest tonight. Really wish you'd left the music on, lady. Sorry, you say something? I completely spaced out just now. Didn't hear a word you said. Okay, that's okay. I didn't say anything. Guess you aren't so stupid. You can't even mind. It's your own business. Speaking of my business, how are we looking? The card's still processing. Sorry about that. Guess it takes time to snake a wire through enough pinholes that even the almighty state can't track it. Takes power too, apparently. Battery's plummeting. Bah, dark card. Almost more trouble than it's worth. Definitely didn't do its previous owners any good. Before I palmed it off his corpse. Your boss must be a careful guy, delegating you to come down here with this. Yeah, maybe. Not very smart, though. He has no idea what any of this shit costs. Ah. If I treat myself after I finish here, it's not like he'd ever know the difference. Ha ha ha. Good on you ripping off the bastard. A woman after my own heart. There it is. Now I just need 2 thumbs and a password for verification and we're golden. There a problem? Yeah, is there a problem? No, no problem. Sorry, it's just something I heard. And what's that? That the Blue Buds had gotten something special in recently. Can't trust everything you hear out there. Or read, or see. No, of course not. But is it true? A no mask? Like the man said, you gotta be careful what stories you listen to. Come on. What could it even cost? A couple thousand? I wouldn't know. I'm no art appraiser. But I do know that it's rare. Fun fact, no means talent. But I don't think that translation does it justice. Less than a dozen people on the planet who can make them. What's so special about it? I mean, them, if they exist. Which, they don't. If you want a mask, you've already got one on your chin, lady. State puts up cameras, we put on masks. State adds layered scans, we wear helmets. High-tech climbs higher, low-tech punches lower. Back and forth up the escalators. But a no mask got tech that can't be answered. Scissors sharp enough to cut rock. Anti-facial recognition, fractization, active defense. Any camera scanner or ad looks at that mask, they'll see a face. Automated dependent. Abbreviated as AD and referred in common conversation as ad or ads, automated dependent is a catch-all term encompassing robots, intelligent programs, interactive holograms, and androids. Ads are present both digitally and physically in every industry and nation on the planet, assisting in everything from data management to physical labor. In the mid-21st century, lobbyists pushed through new tax classifications to define intelligent mechanisms that were neither salaried employees nor mere equipment. Because it afforded tax breaks and lighter tariffs, the term became so commonly used that it spread to all branches of the robotics industry, from which point it began to penetrate into everyday speech and pop culture. Some sociologists argue that the term owes its popularity not simply to its brevity and prevalence, but to its ability to draw a distinction between the commonplace robots, androids, smart UIs, etc., and the internationally illegal artificial intelligences. Searching for this term may incur an account flag. Read more about how we cooperate with authorities to combat disinformation here. Alright, well, we just got flagged for searching this one up. Within a face, within a face, within a face, until fatal error. Forget hiding from cameras, searching for blind spots. With a no mask, you can just walk down the busiest street in the city and brick every camera in half a kilometer. No. Classical Japanese mask dance drama. No, translated literally as ability, is a world-renowned form of Japanese dance theater with traditions and codified performances dating back to the 14th century. Strictly regulated to the Iemoto system, in which a single heir inherits all authority, mastery, and secret techniques of their predecessor, No's strict adherence to tradition and seniority have made it difficult for the practice to spread and flourish during the 21st century. Performers wear archetypal costumes and masks and must convey emotion through precise movement. Their masks are masterfully crafted such that a single, static mask can convey sorrow, fury, joy, or terror by merely angling the head differently. Okay. You know your stuff. Buyer beware. But if this mask could do half of what you think it could, anyone who got their hands on it wouldn't part with it easily. So, how much? Huh. More than you could afford, that's for sure. I don't know about that. I got pretty nice stock options. Maybe you do have the money. That's not the issue. I can't sell it. It's already been spoken for. End of discussion. Well, sure, you can't sell something that's been spoken for, but things get misplaced all the time. Delivery carriers showing up at the wrong address, missing packages ending up in the backs of storage facilities, merchandise falling off the back of the proverbial truck. You weren't sent here on some errand. Shit. What? What is it? Take a long look, boys, 'cause you may never get another chance. We're breathing the same air as a genuine consultant. She's some kind of meg spy? If I was, couldn't exactly come out and say, now could I? Oh shit. Is it really this easy? we just make shit up. We just lie. It's just, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's real smart talk. Now, give me one reason I shouldn't paint your brains onto the wall. Because I still haven't paid for my purchase? That's one reason. Definitely got the nerves of a consultant. They teach you that at some fancy uptown corpo school? Or was it something you were born with? Something I was born with? Probably. But believe it or not, I'm glad we're having this conversation. Honestly, always speeds up the negotiation. So in the spirit of cooperation, why don't you start being honest too? How's that? You don't want my money, traceable or otherwise. Only reason you'd entertain a customer while in the middle of whatever bottleneck you're keeping behind that door is because I have something rare that you desperately need. Don't assume desperation or need. How about want? You want the dark card account itself, not whatever shitcoin currency it holds. And why is that? To steal from your bosses. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They're the ones stealing from us. Yes, I'm sure you have a very legitimate grounds for wage theft suit. For a wage theft suit, but I don't care. Whether it's for running away, skimming off the top, or just as insurance, you want a wallet that they don't have eyes on. And since your tall friend hasn't misted me yet, it seems like you're willing to barter for it. So, the card for the mask. Not even close. The card plus 2 quarters worth of my salary. That's nearly... Nah, sister, you don't have the cash for this purchase. And it ain't the kind of thing you can get a loan from the bank for. I'll like it, but... not cash, then. Might as well try it. What about information instead? I'm not going to say it's impossible, but it would have to be one hell of a piece of intel. I could give you heartbreak. What'd she say? Funny. That is funny. Heartbreak, the most famous anarcho-terrorist in the country. At some Meg's beck and call. Upgrade to anarcho-terrorist now. That's where we're at now? Okay. Lots of people were laughing very hard, having shorted the right stocks before each of his kills. Hold up, seriously? No, why do people buy this conspiracy shit so easily? I don't get this joke. Why would we want heartbreak? To learn from him? Make an example of him? Hire him? You Blue Bloods have been fighting the Rus, the Ikaria, the state, and everyone who wants a peace for decades. Yet heartbreak's gotten more notoriety than all of you combined in only a few months. There's really nothing you'd want to say to him? Nothing you'd want to ask him? He was sitting right in front of you? The following scene contains loud noises, flashes of light, depictions of violence and gore. Hell of a bluff, I'll give you that. Thought it was worth a try. What's the song? That song that just popped up was called Slap That Verb. Sorry, just procrastinating, having to go back to my superiors empty-handed. Nah, it was good. Good effort. I mean, I'm still interested in the dark card. It's just that mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one given the honor of hanging on to it until... It sounds like you've got your own office politics to worry about. Getting pulled in every direction. I know the feeling. Well, that was a bunch of drama for nothing. She got a buy or what, Creek? Oh, I'm still buying, not for some kid's party, obviously. Plan is we're gonna spike the competition at this meet and greet, make the customer think they're drooling idiots. The mask was always a long shot, I was just personally curious. Curiosity can get you in trouble down here at the bottom of the world. Don't worry. I like to think I know a thing or two about discretion. I could see that. Let's wrap this up then. Your password and your thumbs, please. Don't ask me for my thumbs. Sure. I'll just take off my gloves here. Oh yeah. I make a snap with my right hand as my left extends towards the desk. Viewer discretion advised. Real quick before I forget, do you have a bag for all this? Yeah, actually, The hell? Only needed to distract him for a second. Oh, less than one heartbeat. The sword was on the table before. Don't. Okay, never mind. We pulled out a gun. I thought she was gonna grab the gun, the sword. I did tell him to mind the safety. The big one made a small noise as he looked down to see that his own gun had blown a fist-sized chunk out of his torso. Holy shit! He jumped up fast. I was expecting to blow his head off. From behind, a shape charging towards me. Spinning left, I draw my knife, exhale, and lower my shoulders. There. A loudly broadcast haymaker swinging in from his right. Bad instinct. He must have gotten used to those sparklers making people flinch. I step in, and his biceps smacks dully onto my shoulder as I place my knife directly into his carotid. He's gripping that knife with all the strength he has left. Wait, is he really gonna try to pull it out? Okay, don't do that. Someone's been stabbed? What do? When applying first aid to a punctured wound, removing the foreign object is not recommended, as this can greatly increase the rate of blood loss. Yeah, don't do that. Another bad instinct. Oxygen cut off to the brain, already losing vision. Red. And drop with the grace of a garbage bag hitting the bottom of the dumpster. So that just leaves... hasn't moved a muscle. Newest member, weakest in the pack. Personally, I wouldn't have given the new guy guard duty, but hindsight's 20/20. The gun's double-barreled, 2 shots spent, and Miller still has my knife in a literal death grip. I'll have to improvise for this last one. Perfect! What the hell? Why not? Oh my god. Oh shit! Though, come to think of it, how do you use this thing? Aim for the bleachers, I guess. Fuck it. Oh, fuck. Alright. Of the devil. His due? Is that what it says? His due? Episode 2? His due. Alright, well, got rid of them. I was like, am I gonna have to remember the voices for all these 4 and like probably like another gang later? No, don't have to remember their voices now. We're all good. Barely got 3 centimeters into his neck. Must have hit a vertebra and stopped dead. Still got the job done after a few whacks, but well, it was my first time with a sword. And I've never been very good at anything the first time. I've always needed lots of practice. Okay, the music should have deadened the silence of the gunfire, and that gun was heavily modified. If it somehow still has its tags, they can't possibly be functioning properly. So I've got a window of opportunity. First things first, gloves back on. Shit. Wow, someone's lively. Who the hell? Bro, you have like, how are you alive? Some kind of mod keeping him alive? A cruelty under his circumstances. I could hear that slug tear his intestines apart. The pain alone should have knocked him out cold, yet his fingers are limp, his eyes sharp. Paralyzed. There are rules, I thought... Blood's pooling fast. You've got 4 minutes. 4 minutes for what? Everything. You're no mega assassin, you're too talkative. Who sent you? Fox? Grey Lady? All that red should have... You the Rust's newest rabid dog? Caribou? It's cute how you all give each other nicknames. You're civilian? Where's the mask? What? Go to hell! You just looked right at the desk drawer. I thought you said you played poker. I need your keys. A civilian? Thief? Theft is victimless. It's robbery when violence is involved. Come on, learn the law. So you're just out of your goddamn mind. I'm the last person you'll ever talk to, Creek. Your choice, but do you really want to be rude? Seem like you can take it. The key clicks. The key clicks into the small safe, and I pull upon the door to reveal paperwork. Page after page of spreadsheets and diagrams and text, all printed in red. Is this important? Huh. So considerate. Nah, just throw it anywhere. Alright. I was joking! 3 minutes now. Sarcasm will cost you time you don't have. There it is, a gleaming darkness at the back of the safe. So that's it. You, all this, all of us. For that? Just for that? I get asked that question a lot. I mean, you said this was worth like an insane amount of money. Why the fuck not? Oh, we're aura farming now. Hold on 1 second. We gotta aura farm real quick. Would you feel better if I had killed you for a different reason? If I had a good reason for blowing a hole in your stomach? Would it have hurt any less? You've still got more than 2 minutes, plenty of time. I could spin up whatever fairy tale you'd like to put in your head. I bring the mask to my face, and for a brief moment the surface seems to writhe. Is it trying to adjust itself to me? Suppose it makes sense, you wanting a mask so bad. If I was as hideous as you on the inside, I wouldn't want to go barefaced either. Hit a nerve. Must be the worst kind of feeling, being seen. Seen by someone you can't even hurt anymore. Well, I see you, heartbreak. Yeah, big, bad, faceless heartbreak. I'm just a dumbass punk, but even I could make you out for... Don't flatter yourself. It's not that you're particularly perceptive. I just don't have anything to hide when a corpse is talking. First honest thing you've said. What gives you HBK? You're not... so what gives... What? Hold on. Mental reset here. Let me take a drink of water. I can read. So what gives, HBK? You're clearly not an idealist. All the terrorism, rebellion theories, out the window. You go around killing because your daddy smack you around? Your mommy not hug you enough? My father never laid a hand on me. My mother hugged me. A sufficient amount. So what the hell's your excuse? I don't make excuses. Then what the hell's wrong with you? Less than a minute now. I can spend that time making up a diagnosis if you like. Or would you prefer I just come over there and squeeze? How many? Another question straight out of the greatest hits? How can I put this? How many times have you eaten bread? Never. Got a gluten thing, bitch. Whatever. Point is, I'm not a collector. This is not my hobby. I do not keep count. There is no code. I do what I want as often as I want to. Do what thou wilt, whole of the law? Is that it? Don't know what you're referencing. From where you're sitting, do I really look like the law-abiding type? I bring the mask down to my face, and again it seems the surface seems to shudder. Forget it. At least I know you deserve what's coming. I've heard a lot of empty threats in people's last moments creak. They're never that memorable. Told you that mask was a death sentence, that it was spoken for. They called it a huntsman from overseas, home turf. Huntsmen can become anyone, go anywhere, kill anything. Supposed to come over and slaughter the rust. That mask was part of his payment. He'll be looking for it. Possession is 9/10 of the law. What the hell's that supposed to mean? Finders keepers. Gah, forget it. I don't need to scare you. Huntsman, hunter, too much meaning, lost. Always thought better translation was pelt taker. He'll find you, flay you alive, wear your skin. Then go and murder... She laughs. What a face. Should have taken you up on dipping out early. Anything to beat dying staring at a face like that. So, a huntsman, coming to get me. Nah, the dead and the dying make for strong bluffers. Bluffers. And I've seen more than a few of them try their hand at improv. Time to move. I need to scuff things up a bit more and make this look more like an orca shootout than, well, a visit from me. Is there anything else I can interact with? Just them? Just their bodies? These two specifically. Get it back. Weapons are inherently disposable. I can kill with anything. So I never bothered to retrieve one from a dead man's grip. But... I might have a need for a knife again shortly. So I'll be taking this back, Miller. I had to pry. Why is it that the dead are always grasping? Cover tracks. The sword was not worth the effort. Lesson learned, but now I have to remove it for this next part. His eyes. Can't tell the model from the outside, but I can make a strong educated guess at the price range. If they back up any data, it can't be more often than once an hour. It'll be 10 o'clock soon. I'm gonna need something with some heft to it. Skull. See no evil. Well, the bat's definitely spent, but his eyes are no longer a problem. And the sword is fine where it is. Not gonna tempt fate and risk nicking myself with it. That's all the burning issues addressed. Time to take care of the chores. I had to remove my gloves to convince them I could use the dark card. That means I handled all the murder weapons with my bare hands. Obviously, I'll need to wipe my prints off this gun and my knife. When I put my gloves on before opening Creek's safe and cracking Trey's skull. So what does that leave? Remember everything Morgan handled. Halt. Heads up. Remember everything Morgan... What did it say? Better try. The police don't miss fingerprints. Okay, so I have to... If you're sure you've got everything, you're good to move on. Right? Focus. No mistakes. Alright, I know we touched the cigarettes. The cigarette was one thing. Hello? Are we gonna... Which is selected? The sword. Okay. Return keys. Right, the keys. I took them off to open the safe. The Blue Bloods are going to find out I took the mask eventually, but I see no reason to give them any hints. And on the one-off chance the police get here first, I'd rather they not investigate this as a robbery. All that's to say, you can have these keys back, Creek. Okay, keys handled. Cigarettes. The cigarette was in my mouth. Prints can be removed with swipe of a sleeve, but saliva's no choice. I have to take it with me and dispose of it somewhere far away. Or smoke it down to nothing if I'm feeling masochistic. Tasted like microwave sand spiked with aluminum and artificial sweetener. Cigarettes do scatter particles, or particulates? Cigarettes do scatter particulates if forensics finds them, but can't match them to a source. Well, so what? All they'll know is that there was a horrible spliff here at one point. And it would be pretty funny to see this drawn up as a quadruple homicide drug robbery with a payload of exactly one shitty blunt. The card. The dark card played its role as bait perfectly, even if it's the reason I'm having to go around wiping off prints. I'll never be able to pull funds off of it, but I might be able to use it again if it's stuck. Crick must have dropped it harder than I realized. Getting shot in the stomach doesn't help with handling delicate electronics. No way I'm going to risk taking the whole reader with me. It could have any number of pings and strings leading back to the manufacturer or even the Blue Bloods themselves. Now I'll wipe the dark card off and then set the whole reader back on the desk. For anyone who knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer. For all anyone knows, Creek's pod mugged it off some slummer and were trying to in vain to get beer money off of it. Okay. What does that say? The remote. Oh yeah, because I touched that. This is the remote I used to distract the big guy. I need to wipe my prints off of it. But should I turn the music back off? No. It was playing when I first walked in. Best to preserve continuity. And besides, what was it he said? We like it loud, screws with bugs? He was right about that much. A little smoke screen never hurts. Alright. What else? The sword. The sword. I gripped the handle with both hands when I brought it down on his neck. Thinking back, I dragged the tip across the floor, didn't I? Shit, probably got Miller's blood on it. That's sloppy. And stupid. Why the hell did I do that? Why the hell did I... No, forget it. There's nothing I can do about it anyway. Fingerprints can be wiped, but there's no cleaning agent on Earth that can handle blood from a modern forensics team. Or that can hide blood from a modern forensics team. And I'm not looking to do an encore performance of my reaction to those goddamn fickle bobbies. Oh, what the fuck? Alright. Anything else I gotta deal with? I think that might be it. As far as I can tell. Try to think if there's anything else I interacted with, and I don't think so. Alright, I think we're good. What happened with the dude that they locked up? We're about to go deal with him now. He's still in the room. We're about to go deal with him now, but we wanted to clean up everything else first, is basically what's going on. Clean up all evidence of us being here. And now I'm assuming we're gonna have to clean him up too. Can't just be leaving the witness behind like that. Hold on. Hold on. Hold everything. Why does it keep having me look up and... Oh, it's because if I do actually move my mouse up and down on another monitor, it does move it. What the heck? What the heck? Alright, how long have we been going for? 2 hours? We're gonna keep going. We got plenty of time. Okay. Whew. Hold on. Hold everything. I have to recover if I'm reading a lot. Give me a second. It's time to drink water. Alright, let's continue. T-pose. I can't exactly spend all night on this. Am I good here? Call it here. Yeah, okay, this feels like the scene's been set. I sure hope so. It's a strange sensation, erasing your own presence. A sense of supremely private accomplishment. Like placing the last piece into a milk-white jigsaw puzzle. And then throwing it in the trash. We know all about this from Death Note now. It's not unpleasant, but I can't linger here any longer to savor it. Time to draw this to a close. Thank God for the mask. I can still tell it smells god-awful in here, but it's bearable. Rehydrated sweat and vomit, scents full of adrenaline and sickly heat. Unfiltered, I'd be at risk of getting sick. If it weren't for all the blood. Right. What to do with you? Blindfolded, gagged, hands bound above him with plastic ties and linen wrappings, beaten, bloody, and drugged. Drugged? These syringes. They want him to stay conscious. Not very popular, are you? Still, you're not dead. And with these kind of injuries, you won't die soon. Not without a push. That might be the most charitable thing to do under these circumstances. You must have wished for death at least once during all this torture. Too bad! The bat that barred the door is now in splinters. Anyone walking in after me won't realize that this room was locked from the outside. If this captive had somehow gotten his hands on a blade, there'd be nothing stopping him from stepping out of here and butchering his captors. The Blue Bloods will want someone to blame for the deaths of 4 of their men. And unlike the police, they won't bother arresting an innocent man and putting him up on trial for the world to see. They'll wrap things up for me. Hold that for me. As for the gun... What's with the... All I did was tuck the gun into your waistband, pal. Oh. Okay, I could see how this would be distressing under the circumstances. Well, you can relax about that. It's not loaded. A few minutes from now, you're gonna wish it was. We're not saying any of this out loud, by the way. We're thinking all this. Out again already? Rest up while you can. When you wake up, you'll want to start running. They're 8:35 p.m. August 14, 2086. Okay, so we killed all of them, and we got the mask off of them from it. Unfortunately, Creek has told us that the mask is we're going to be targeted by some sort of hunter now. It's going to be a hunting Red Riding Hood person here now. The hunter's going to be hunting us now. Now, one thing that Morgan, I think, has forgotten, I didn't forget though, was the kid that was outside of the place who saw us and immediately said Red Hood. So someone witnessed us, and Morgan, I don't know if Morgan's going to deal with them next or what, but 3:35 p.m. August 14th. Oh, Sarah! Like I practiced. Irashai. Thank you for the Monogatari screenshot moments. Pardon? Daimoni's here? Keep working on it, kid. Bar Kintsugi. Didn't mean to interrupt you in the middle of training your new employee. How's it working out? Bah, it is she, right? Never worked this close with an ad before. She is unbearably forgiving, so I doubt you'll get sued. She is fine, good at cleaning, precise with her mixing, knows a hell of a lot of trivia. Popular with the younger crowd, I think. This is the place with the android bartender. They talk like I installed a new karaoke machine. I didn't know you had a younger crowd. Funny. What's that make you, Grandma? More of a learning curve to her than I was expecting. Did you cheap out on her base installs? It's like I have to teach her everything. Trust me, there's nothing cheap about Sarah. Here it is, Sarah. She's got the wink. Date of birth, August 29th. 160 centimeters, 199.99 kilograms. Blood type, UAD. Whatever that means. Android. It's Android blood. I don't fucking... Occupation, paralegal, apprentice at Kintsugi. Likes, spirit field diopter? Diopter? Or, I'm sorry, not spirit. Split field diopter. Don't know what that is. Wing Chun. And folding clothes. Dislikes, mops, fire alarms, variety packs. Useless talent. I can do a full split, but that is not useless. Oh, okay. It's very useful. Favorite quote: as you think, so shall you become. Confession: I tried to use Adonai's makeup and broke a lipstick. What? You did what? Okay, well. Nothing cheap about Sarah. But yes, she can take a minute when learning the ropes. Gin and beer, Gin and beer. Fuck. It's Grin and bear it. Grin and bear it a little while longer. Once she does find her footing, she'll have you worried about your job security in no time. Keep it up. I don't have to do you the favor of hiring her, you know. Favor? Plenty of people out there who would kill to work at an up-and-coming, bespoke establishment like Bar Kintsugi. I think I hear them pounding on the door now. Technically, legally, you didn't hire anyone. I generously agreed to loan you my android during the hours when I have no use for it. These kind of arrangements aren't uncommon. Androids can, in theory, work 24 hours a day indefinitely, but their users can't. Parents come home from work, people go to sleep, staff take holidays, offices close for the night. The end result of all that slack is that a lot of androids spend a good portion of their operating time waiting around. So the more enterprising owners loan them out during their downtime, ideally to businesses with complementary working hours. There are plenty of apps and HR software to help arrange it all. But Sarah's apprenticeship wasn't that on the books. After the fallout around David's death settled down, I came to realize exactly how shortchanged I was in our paralegal agreement. She is handy for research and wrote work, of course, but she barely sleeps, rarely eats, finishes paperwork at lightning speed. I was spending more time finding shit to keep her busy than I was actually working. And of course, I value my alone time. I was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. It was on one of those long walks of mine that I recalled Reinhardt was having trouble getting this bar up and running. Takes a village to keep the world's most advanced android busy. Yeah, alone, whatever. Sarah's the one who clocks in and clocks out, does the work, cleans the bathroom. She's the employee. If she was an employee, you'd have to cover her benefits. Not in my current income bracket. I checked 3 times, okay? Helsing a bridge taking a walk. I don't know what this. I don't know what this. Have I? I'm trying to think if I've seen Helsing. I don't think I've seen Helsing. I think I've seen an episode of Helsing. I think. One singular episode of Helsing. I've never seen Helsing Abridged. Finally, Stella says something that makes sense. Wait, what? I don't understand anything ever, I guess. Alcard goes for a walk equals murder spree. Just a little long walk. Just a little long. No big deal. I see. Wait, you're not taking her paycheck, are you? It's not a paycheck. Don't lawyer me on this shit. Sarah can't earn a paycheck. She's not a person. If she walks like a person, talks like a person, and works like a person, the Supreme Court disagrees, motherfucker. By 13-0. Yeah, well, Supreme Courts have been wrong about that kind of thing before, haven't they? Do I hear, touche? Sarah, tell boss here what you spend your salary on. Hold on. Profile. Diamani. Reinhardt Boss Diamani. June 15th. 184 centimeters. 85 kilograms. Blood type A+. Occupation owner operator Kintsugi. Likes libraries, boating, fast learners. Dislikes marketing, solicitors, signing things. Collects ancient coins. Pet peeve. Web pages that take too long to load. True! Don't mention speed at which Kintsugi's site the speed at which Kintsugi's site loads. Okay. I have started purchasing cases of wine. What? Wait, that's what those deliveries were? As the wine appreciates, its resale value will increase. Especially if I can predict which vintages will be in high demand. Since I don't have a bank account, I can't earn interest in the traditional sense, but I can stay up to date on the sommelier reviews. So you'll resell the wine at a profit. What'll you do with that money? Stop it, you're making her depressed. I did also purchase a cache of sheet music. What? What for? For practice? Oh my god, this guy doesn't know how to say sommelier. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why don't you fucking be nice, huh? Define. Sommelier. Fucking act like this is a word everybody uses. Fuck you. I want to hear it.
Sommelier.
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 Sommelier is the chrome monitor. Yeah, the chrome monitor is working. It's pronounced wine, fucker. True. It was in Umineko. I don't think we pronounce it there either.
Sommelier.
Sommelier. Okay, and it says a waiter in a restaurant who has charge of wines and their service. A wine steward.
Sommelier.
Sommelier. Sommelier. Sommelier. Sommelier can be used to refer to people other than wine sommeliers. If you say so. I believe you. Who the fuck actually uses this word, though? Who? Name them. Don't say me, motherfucker. Battler? Battler's not a real person. Why'd the text-to-speech not work? It's either delayed or it's gonna work the next time you do it. I don't know why it didn't work. Sometimes with some of these redeems, this first sound doesn't work, but then, fucking Sarah. Sarah is also not a real person. Sarah's an android. Hold on. Just to be clear. We just had a whole conversation back and forth about it. Don't do this shit to my girl. She's fine. Sarah is fine. She's not a person. She's a robot. I'm wrong with that, though. I'm wrong with being a robot. Well, apparently the courts seem to think you might be a terrorist if you get new robots. Or something like that. We get put on a list if we look up ads. If we look up androids, I guess. Well, don't worry about that. Alright. Are we good? Chaplin is anti-robot. This is not anti-robot propaganda. That's not how anti-robot propaganda works. That's not how that works. You're muttering. Forget it. None of my business. Speaking of business, the place isn't exactly packed. Well, are you volunteering to help with that? There are lawyer bars, right? Right? Where all the lawyers go after trials? Kintsugi could be a lawyer bar. Yeah, those lawyer bars are usually close to courthouse, though. Don't just don't. Everything's signed and paid. I can't think about what ifs on location anymore. This is the spot that was available, and I need a soda water with all this stress on myself. You started the bar without like a plan for it? Sarah, 10 bar. Ahem. What are you buying, stranger? What was that? Boss has been teaching me his bar-side manner. He says his clientele expect a certain degree of maturity when it comes here. So you're using a deeper voice? Is it not working? Please let me know when you're ready to order. Well, let's, whatever. Read? Did someone leave this behind after their lunch break? It'd be trouble if they left anything work-related on here. I'll help them out by throwing it in the trash after I'm done reading. After I get to finish reading first, of course. Sirius debuts new fuel, named in new lawsuit. Last month, Dr. Sirius made waves in the scientific community for the dozenth time in their storied career when they announced that they had patented a new process for distilling a new helium-based fuel, one intended to replace hydrogen in combustion engines ranging from personal vehicles to full-size freighters. Only a few days later, they made headlines again when that patent was leaked to the global net. Now Proteca, an investment firm and longtime financial backer of Dr. Sirius, has filed a lawsuit alleging not only that Dr. Sirius failed in their responsibilities to protect their investment, but actually allowed the leak to occur. We sat down with Dr. Sirius and asked them to respond to the suit's allegations and to question them about their recurring legal woes. For those who may not be familiar, what makes your process for distilling helium fuel so valuable? In this world, if you're not plugged into an outlet, you're running on a battery or you're burning fuel. Batteries are useful, but they scale poorly. A battery-powered phone is light enough to be weightless in your pocket. A battery-powered plane couldn't generate enough lift to get off the ground. Now, aside from a number of closely guarded national reserves, there are no fossil fuels left. The wells were pumped dry years ago, so after we were forced to adapt in a rather abrupt period of growing pains, hydrogen has become the global standard for fueling long-distance machinery. Therein lies the problem. The plane I took to get here runs on hydrogen. It produces nothing but water vapor. What's the problem? The problem is the laborers fueling your plane before it took off had their fingers crossed the entire time, afraid that if the absolute grounding field failed, one static spark could blow up the whole airport. What makes helium superior? The helium tool fuel we've developed is not pure helium, to be clear. Not near enough. Unlike hydrogen fuels, what we've created is non-combustible. You could fire a flamethrower over a tank of it and remain perfectly safe. How does a non-combustible fuel power combustion engines? He2 is non-combustible, but in the presence of our specialized catalyst, it can be ignited to generate force comparable to, or in some tests superior to, the horsepower exhibited by hydrogen engines. What's the catch? So far, it's expensive to distill, and the catalyst materials are even more expensive to produce. We have yet to even simulate a profitable commercial flight, for instance. That's a pretty serious catch. Steel wasn't profitable before the Bessemer process. Things panned out for the steel tycoons just fine. Are you hoping for someone else to do that? Improve upon your process? I know where you're going with this, but the answer is yes, of course. I'd be overjoyed for someone to improve upon what we've built. That's essentially what ProTecha has accused you of doing, isn't it? Leaking your data intentionally so that others around the world are free to start experimenting with it? I don't think it's legally wise of me to try and summarize ProTecha's lawsuit against me in my laboratory. Listen, energy is limitless. It cannot be expended. By that virtue, there cannot be a scarcity of it. You will never have a monopoly of it. And since it is infinite, the correct market price for it will, over a long time scale, trend to zero. I don't think I'm being cynical when I say there are people who don't like that very basic math. I'm going to stop you there because you're getting into the next topic, your politics. Do you consider yourself a political person? No. Are you, or have you ever been a member of the Communist Party? No. Do you believe science should be apolitical? Yes. So is that why you are so frequently involved as an example of the liberal bias in the sciences? Science is not political. Science is progress, moving forward, learning more about our universe, deepening our understanding of its mechanics. And that process will never be conservative. Science doesn't move backwards. Calling all conservatives backwards is not what I said, but you're free to interpret as you like. What's not open to debate is this. What makes something science has nothing to do with who works on it. It has nothing to do with class or power or money or even majority rule. Science is reproducible. No miracles required. Miracles are prohibited. If one person can do it, anyone can do it, and so science is inherently egalitarian. If someone feels that because of that, science has a bias against them, then that speaks only to their own politics and not the failings of the scientific community to log into your Review Plus account with your Basky or net provider to finish reading this article and see much more. Okay. For a pop-sci figurehead, Sirius sure keeps busy. Guess I don't have any evidence proving they aren't legitimately brilliant. But I can't take seriously anyone who guest stars on TV that much. Can't deny they seem to be making progress with new kinds of fuels? New fuels! Some of the only new fuels we've seen in decades. It'll be decades longer before it's actually practical, but any new fuel has to be less volatile than hydrogen. Please don't throw that data pad out. Its owner might come back. Perish the thought. Though now that you planted the idea into my head, a self-fulfilling prophecy! Hold on. I had new things happen. New things happening. This is the article we just read. Data pads. The lightweight portable electronic device known as datapads have no significant internal storage capabilities and can only display what is streamed to them from local networks. Originally marketed as replacements for ecologically wasteful newspapers, magazines, and flyers, datapads quickly became infamous for the difficulty and expense involved in recycling them once their limited lifetime components expired. It wasn't until that they were rebranded as ideal for privacy and security that datapads found success in the private and public sectors, where their ability to display location-locked content helped corporations minimize data leaks and give their advertisements targeted geographic relevance. Today, datapads are a mainstay of high-traffic public spaces and virtual physical hybrid workplaces, despite remaining unpopular with most environmentalists and bibliophiles. Okay. What else we got here? Inspect. Ryan must have searched for months to find affordable underground real estate that wasn't flooded or already filled to the brim with server farms. Putting Sarah on cleaning duty was a good call. If any of the tiling in here starts to grime up, could start feeling like a subway station bathroom real fast. Peruse. It's a well-stocked bar. Got tea and coffee too, if that's what you're into. Nice ambience, soft lighting, warm on a chill night, and cool on a hot day. Now all that's left to do is wait for the customers to stream in. Any day now. Don't worry. Any day now it'll happen. What was this? Something highlighted. Cat? It's a lucky cat? Yeah? Did you say something, Adonai? No. I suddenly got the strong impression that there was something you wanted to say. Don't know what you're talking about. As you say. I think I'm ready to order. Of course. Nah, I'll take this, Sarah. Go wipe the tables for a bit. No one has sat at them since I last cleaned them. Then pretend to clean them like a normal employee. Understood. What got you so tense? Take a wild guess. Did Sarah ask for a raise? Be serious, Red. What happened last night? Your information was accurate for the most part. A pod of mid-level blue bloods had it. Seems like they were told to sit on it. Were they willing to sell? No. Laughed at my price. Called me a spoiled Meg and kicked my butt out the door. So I fucking killed him. I mean, what? They weren't curious where you got your information from? Honestly, no. They rushed me out of there pretty fast once they heard my offer. Were they expecting more company? I got the impression that they had work to get back to. Okay. Anything else I should know? No. Anything you want to ask me? How did you two meet? The tables... On my second date, you told me not to over-polish them in order to keep things lofty. Well, fie. Is that inappropriate of a question? You've lived in the city for decades, boss, but Adonai didn't move here until she started her apprenticeship at Masters and M... You're gonna tell people my whole life story at every possible opportunity. I'll just shred my resume and start mailing you around instead. How about how we met, huh? Well, that story's not very good. I'll skip to the end and cut to the heart of our relationship, Sarah. I pay Reinhardt a finder's fee, and he tells me where I can get into high-stakes poker games. It's not a lie. Now you know my terrible secret. Disappointed? It's not illegal to gamble. I don't go on my phone and wager my paycheck stubs on point spreads. I gamble. And since I can't afford the entrance fees for one of those anonymous masked ball cult vibe blimp casinos the rich go to, I count on your boss here to find me tables to play at. Guilty. So you travel the world. So you travel to the lower wards to gamble illegally. Truth be told, I've had my suspicions. Seeing you go out at such odd hours without so much as your phone. You gonna turn me in? Irashai. Oh, or is it more firm irashai? Two firm-looking men in finely pressed black suits, with shades tinted so dark they must need modded eyes to see from behind them. Despite the subtle color palette, they stand out. It's not hard. It's hard not to in clothes that look that expensive. Clothes with some kind of pin on them. Matching pins. Wait, what? Suit noir, shade slick. More emphasis on the raw. Oh, irashai. Wait, what did the other one say? Just ... Suit noir and shades slick. Oh, thank you. I think I just heard the delivery drones bumping around outside, Sarah. Would you check out the back? Your vintages might have arrived. Go on. Please excuse me then. Afternoon then, gentlemen. What can I do for you? Mr. Daimani. Pardon us for dropping in without making an appointment. No trouble at all. Still getting the place cleaned up. I'm awfully embarrassed that I failed to realize the property lay within your borders. If you'd come with me to the back, I'd be happy to settle whatever debt. We look like petty landlords to you. If you owed us tribute, you'd know it by now. My mistake. Well, if you're here for information, I'll gladly wheel and deal. How about you? We're not here to shop either. We're here looking for Morgan. Well? That name ring any bells, Mr. Daimani? Right. Listen, boys, I'm not sure. Oh, sorry. Had something blaring in my earbud. I'm A. Morgan Esquire, specifically. I'm A. Morgan Esquire, specifically. How can I be of service? I mostly practice criminal defense, but I do offer a few other services. You two look corporate. I can recommend some good workplace attorneys. I've got a business card somewhere. We're not interested in that. Of course not. Well, I'm flattered that you'd come all the way here to find me. You must have already tried the home office. We can set something up for... You need to come with us now, ma'am. Hey, I thought you said there was nothing I needed to know. Business day is over for me, gentlemen. Can this matter wait until tomorrow? Does it look like it can? Good manners. Great manners, this one. Time sensitive, then? My rate will have to reflect that. Send us the bill. We can afford it. Music to any lawyer's ears. So who is we, then? You think we're funny? Compared to you, Morgan. These fine gentlemen are from House Icaria. Oh, halt, heads up. On occasion, information you went out of your way to collect in previous episodes will unlock new dialogue. Does it save over? I hit new game here. But, like, starting episode 2, because, like, when I hit continue from the last one, it, like, brought me to the end of episode 1 instead. Does it... Did it actually keep my information, or... It pays to stay informed. I'm familiar. You are. I've seen their name in the papers. That's true. I did do that. I did learn about them earlier in this, at least. But plastering their name all over uptown opera houses and homes for the sick or whatever. Although I didn't recognize that name when those blue bloods were cursing it last night. So maybe that propaganda's working. Or is it working? Though I didn't recognize the name, so maybe that propaganda's... Wait, what? I didn't recognize that name when the Blue Bloods were cursing it last night, so maybe that propaganda's working. Wouldn't the propaganda be that you know about them more? Or I don't remember. Whatever. I'm gonna move on. Doesn't matter how generous they are at galas, they are still the richest and most powerful criminal organization in the city. Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Propaganda is that they're a good company. But the Blue Bloods were shitting on them. And we didn't recognize them. Because, like, we said we didn't recognize them. But why would the propaganda be working if we didn't recognize them? They fund opera houses and sick houses, so you don't think to associate them. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna move on from the line. It's still just confusing me. I don't. It feels like an awkward way to say that. I don't. Whatever. Rich and powerful. Why bother with the criminal qualifier? Sorry. I might ask about the nature of this engagement. The situation is developing, Mr. Daimani. We appreciate your patience. It's not exactly what you want to hear. So I gathered. Your presence has been requested at the family estate, ma'am. For business, or... The Ikaria are always business. Shall we get your coat? Such gentlemen know those suits weren't just for show. Or knew those suits weren't just for show. God damn, I can't read. I could see myself out just fine, though. Adonai? What's going on? Are you going somewhere? That's why they pay me the big bucks. These men are very athletic. Perhaps I should come with you. If you want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Or if they want to arm wrestle, you'll be the first to know. Call me when you get there, yeah? If I'm actually in danger, I won't even be conscious when I arrive, but I appreciate the thought. Boss? Who were those men, really? New clients from Oregon. Really? Hopefully. Hopefully? Yeah, hopefully, because if House Ikaria puts her on retainer, she'll be able to buy you as much wine as you like. But what do you mean by house? Alright, pay attention. I'm gonna lecture you. Might as well try to teach. Start with ice. You want a lot of it, but low surface area, so never use crushed, okay? Starts to melt into the liquor, waters the whole thing down. Understood. 1.5 ounces of vodka, and what do we look for in a good vodka? Smoothness. Correct, it's the mark of quality, making the bitter go down easy. So the nobility, you know what that is. Historically, the ruling class is enforced through economic or military might and maintained by familial relations. Juice of full lime. Look for a little spring and a consistent color across the skin. Mobility. Old money is another word for it, and the older it is, the slower it moves. Only so much wealth you could accrue in one lifetime, collecting from serfs and selling horses. But the Industrial Revolution comes along, shows the world what real wealth acquisition looks like, then you get new money, which always dwarfs old money. Inflation and split inheritances shave away at any generational wealth that's liquid. Now, new money and old money, they don't like each other. Doesn't new money eventually become old money? If the old money can help it, no one ever becomes old money. a triple sec, 1 ounce. My family was new money. Tried to make the transition. Join the right clubs, shake the right hands, make the right marriages. Laugh at the bad jokes. Bad jokes can be entertaining in their own right. Not the kind of bad I'm talking about. I don't understand. That's alright, you shouldn't need to know. But what do you mean your family was new money? Was new money. Times changed. About 30 years ago, recession, depression, civil unrest, political upheaval. Most people, they were so scared that they could barely think about tomorrow, let alone next year. But a decent man's chaos is a cruel man's investment opportunity. So while everyone was panic selling off everything that they could to buy food and water, a certain type of personality was buying. Pennies on the dollar, as it were. Give me a peel from that lime, as shallow as possible. Any white you see is just bitter. 1 ounce of gin. They were rough years, but they passed. And at the end of it all, some were left standing with a lot more than they came in with. New money. A new kind of new money. The new mobility. Neobility, if you're writing a think piece. Wait, no, not auto-on. Stop. Do not auto-on. Stop. Oh my god. What did he say? Unabashed oligarchs and devourer barons. When the government of the world tried to reprivatize the industries they had taken over with emergency powers, they were there to snatch them up. Okay, so what's the new thing we got? Neobility. Slang term for Richie Mahjong? Nouveau Rich, Nouveau Rich, Nuevu, don't worry, I'm typing into Google right now.
Nouveau.
Rich. New money. Families that arose in the second half of the 21st century amid global economic turmoil. The name carries a negative connotation and is meant to criticize the way said families supposedly style themselves as nobility, or even as a second estate that administers global power alongside the first governments and third corporations. The French strike again. They gotta stop. Users also frequently search for who are neobility families and how to marry into wealth and define nouveau. I think that was how it was said. Hold on. Define
Nouveau.
Define nouveau. That's what they searched. Can we move on now? Can we continue? And they started at the bottom. Steel, fuel, grain, machine parts, medicine. Here enters House Icaria. Or that's how they exited. They went into the Red Decade as the Icaria Cartel, drug smugglers and extortionists, thieves and murderers. They came out as one of the richest, most respectable names in the country. Not that they actually stopped doing any of that thieving and murdering, mind you. Put the top on tight, then shake. So they are a crime family? Like the mob? This is the 21st century, kid. It's muddier than that. House Icaria is not literally one family, not even one race or creed. They're simply the strongest criminal organization in the city on paper, but not in practice. Practice is what they're lacking. Haven't had to get their hands dirty. Haven't had to maintain a presence in the lower wards in years. They make their profits from investments, blackmail, and more than a little insider trading. So they're criminal, yes, but their muscles atrophied. Time for a taste test. Oh, that's not right at all. The hell did I forget? Boss? There must have been other criminal organizations 30 years ago. Others poised to take advantage of the changing times. Yeah? So what did the Icaria do to set themselves apart from the rest back then? Stupid. Most important ingredient. Blood? Drop of grenadine. That killed people. Just a little bit. The Lady Maria. Oh, it's beautiful. It's nothing special. We'd use a frosted glass if this was for a customer. Looks like ruby in the right lighting. If you do end up helping Red work with the Icaria, don't let the warmth of their golden furnishings confuse you. Maria? Ooh. Who could say? Umineko reference? Maybe. Who could say? All that glitters is cold. Rosa did nothing wrong? I don't know about that. 4:03 p.m. August 14th, 2086. By the way, it is the current day is August 15th. If I was able to start it yesterday, it would have been perfect timing. But it's fine. We'll get to August 15th today, maybe, hopefully. It's only 4:03 p.m., but we'll see. It was a quiet and uneventful drive in the back of the limousine. The privacy, at least, was nice. But with Abbott and Costello riding in the front, I had no way of getting information out of them, not even passively. So instead, I spent the whole ride trying to play out all the different ways that this could go. I haven't liked any of them so far. We'll get to Battler birthday. Okay, so are we talking about Battler's actual birthday or Battler's birthday that you incorrectly thought was his birthday because of the way that the bad translation wrote his birthday. Which is Battler's actual birthday. Battler Umineko birthday. Battler's birthday is July, not August. August is what they got wrong. I just looked it up. Yeah, that was the bad translation. Okay. Battler's birthday was last month. You're late. Did you guys get him a present? Did you get him another loop of torture and death? Hey, you know what today is also? Today is the Kagero Pro Day. Today is Kagero Pro Day. We get to go into our time loop. Alright, hold up. Hold everything. Give me a second here. You guys can enjoy the atmosphere here for a bit. Hold up. Alright. Drink your water, everybody. Relax. Yeah, the local library version said August 15th for some reason. Yeah, because they're wrong. I got him small bombs. He doesn't want small bombs. He wants anything else, please.
It's time to drink water.
That's true.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water.
I'm drinking.
It's time to drink water. 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 It's time to drink water.
Okay, alright.
It's time to drink water. It's time to drink water. It's
Okay,
time to
I've
drink
drank my water. I should be good.
It's time to drink water. 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 It's time to drink water.
Alright, get it out of your systems so we can continue.
It's time to drink water.
Alright, are we good? Can I play a video game now? Are we good? Sweet. Let's do it.
It's time to drink water.
Or, no, we can wait.
It's time to drink water.
Alright. I haven't liked any of them so far. I suppose I should have felt relief or gratitude when we pulled up outside of an imposing skyscraper instead of an alley. I suppose this is a good sign that no one's put a bag over my head or stuck a needle in my neck. But I don't feel like celebrating. For all I know, they don't really have a clue about what I did in the lower wards last night. But for some reason, they've placed their attention on me. And there's a little I hate more than unwanted advances. I'm also not a fan of being made to wait. Why am I just standing out here? In here? We were too late. Only by a few min. He filled the time slot. Already? And we've got no choice of... Maybe if his other meeting went well. Are we on hold, gentlemen? In the world's most expensive waiting room? Quiet! I take it he's glaring at me behind those lenses, but I'm more interested in the sweat glistening on his forehead. Somehow, of the three of us, I'm the most relaxed. This is becoming embarrassing. Can I at least take in the view while we're here? You can take photos if you like, so long as you're quiet. Really? No, your phone won't work here. Go figure. I almost actually clicked the advance button already. Here we go. Read. Is it trying too hard to look unconcerned if I sit down and start reading the news? Maybe. But my boredom outweighs my apprehension at the moment. Not my fault that they failed to be sufficiently intimidating. PSS Proposition City ahead of next month's convention. Next month the city will play host to one of the most competitive political conventions in recent memory, with Senator Maythings expected to face significant opposition from party outliers before securing his nomination. But while the broader nation eagerly anticipates the oncoming political circus, city officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. The city has already approved a record-high monthly budget for the police department, including fully unrestricted overtime for officers of all ranks, but a coalition of private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services ahead of the convention. Oh, I have to sneeze. I can feel it. I can feel it. Oh, there we go. All right, I'm back. Heartbreak was bad enough. Now, we're hearing that cops are dying in the lower wards. When are city officials going to say enough is enough? Said Demico head of press relations Arthur Gall. We have utmost respect for all first responders. None of us are blaming the hardworking police for these failures. How could they succeed when political insiders insist that they try to apprehend criminals with one hand tied behind their back? Our contracted forces have world-class training in crowd pacification, preemptive de-escalation, and enhanced interrogation tactics. And any of the subhuman scum who empathize with anarchists won't dare to leave their mother's basement once we can get our boots on the ground. That's a guarantee. City Council declined to comment when we reached out to them to ask whether they would be issuing a request for proposals on such services. The total city population is expected to swell next month as the national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, political action committees, and voters in ahead of the 2-week-long process. Most of the community members we spoke to expressed optimism about the increase in economic activity and tourism the convention is expected to bring. But some who refused to give us their permission to publish their identifying info rudely and loudly voiced their criticism. 2 weeks for a convention when the nominee was decided 2 years ago? It's a joke, and we're the punchline. Footing the bill to pay cops to stand around outside parties full of thousands of do-nothing staffers and campaign managers. This article is presented to you advertiser-free thanks to the contributions of our generous donors, including Daniel Mass of the Daniel Mass Foundation, Rebecca E. Jones of the Rebecca E. Jones Foundation, Jessica and Ronald McGuile of the McGuile Foundation for the Arts and Sciences, the Rockford Fund for the Public Broadcasting, and readers like you. Please sign in to read the rest. That's funny about it being ad-free, as we have an ad playing right now on Twitch. Interesting. I suppose it's less offensive than a bare advertisement or a paywall, but why list your donors mid-article? All it does is make my eyes glaze over. Whatever, I got the important part. The city is hosting the convention next month, putting pressure on the council to vote on supporting a candidate, hiring mercenaries, supporting a candidate. It's a contested convention. Maythings is the incumbent and frontrunner, but if he doesn't get a show of support from the locals, of as much impact as a fly on the windshield. City council's much more concerned to these private security mercs. Salesman trying to convince them that the city needs even more armed... Okay, so I got it wrong. It was the mercenary part. Okay. Even more armed men playing on their phones to be truly safe. Everyone knows Maythings will be the candidate. That was decided years ago. The contested convention will just be him finding a balance between how much public opposition he's willing to stomach against how many favors he feels he's giving out. This country's already a circus without any bread. You think the least they could do is make the performances entertaining? What was that in the article about cops dying in the lower wards anyway? pretty heavy-handed to just make up that kind of thing, even when pearl clutching and pitching yourself at the same time. Okay, well, we didn't get the extra money there. Go fish? If I weren't hyper-aware of the flickering sky hanging over my head, this could make for a lovely watering hole. But those probably aren't even real fish down there. Literal children are capable of keeping goldfish alive, so of course the 0.1%ers can't manage it. Maybe they'd spin it when their pallid bodies float to the top because some idiot raised the water temperature 2 degrees. They'd certainly be easy to scoop out. If you're an impatient, undignified idiot, you could argue that it's an efficient way to fish. Okay. Something else. Sky. Admire. The illusion isn't unimpressive, I guess. Windows into the heavens sparkling like raindrops across a puddle. It might have even been appealing if it wasn't trying to be something it's not. You look up and see hexagons above you in the lower wards too. Rich or poor, people just can't imagine themselves under an open sky anymore. Not even in their wildest dreams. Well, I've looked around at everything that caught my eye, and now I'm all out of ideas. Everything except... maybe they don't know we're here. I'm gonna try knocking. No. You should not try that, Morgan. Hold on. You should not be trying that. This is probably the... okay, well, I guess we can try it. Hold on. Okay. What are you... hey! Before I get the chance, creaking oak draws my attention to an alternate entrance on the other side of the water. Oh boy, it's the boss. Stop staring and get a move on. If that's the kind of man walking out of this place, who was waiting for me inside? Oh, that's... okay, so that's not the boss. It's the guy who went to talk to the boss. What's going on here? 4:09 p.m. Ikaria Tower residential floors. Grand Hall. Pomp and circumstance, ceremony and ritual. For some reason, I thought that the Mafia, of all people, would be a little more efficient in their execution. A little more honest about what they are. Evidently not. Artifice with every glance. Costumes and makeup abound. Is this disappointment? That even here, in the supposed bowels of the underworld, there's no escaping the etiquette of it all? She's the one? Uptight woman? Wait. Oh, they're looking... oh, these are people... oh, we got the Daft Punk crowd over here. I see. Doesn't look like much. Peons. Suddenly their posture stiffens, even further. A true feat. Their necks subtly turn to a pair of doors in the back, each of them attuned to some signal I'm not receiving. Be still, the young master returns. Oh. Oh. You're late. Hold on. Wait. Young master, everyone slow down. We came as soon as we found her, sir. The traffic was... this is just some sassy lost child. Silence! Yes, sir. What time were you told to return by? 4 o'clock, sir. And what time is it now? Permission to check on my phone. You're late! You were tasked with finding one woman and bringing her here in a timely manner. Sir, you'll speak when I tell you to, and not one word further, or else I'll have your teeth removed. By way of curbside. Oh, gulp. Is this a prank? Am I being recorded? He who wishes to fight must first count the cost. So says Sun Tzu. Please let this be a prank. Oh my god, kill me. And I don't think you can fathom the cost your tardiness has incurred. Are we still on this, bro? If the lead up to my execution is some kid reading The Art of War, I might just... What is the #1 rule in this family? Timeliness, sir. When money gets wasted, it can be replaced. When time only goes one way, it's always running out. The loss is permanent. Every second wasted is a scar on this house face. Timeliness is next to godliness. So says I. Oh, God. So if you two ever waste my time, the house's time again, expect to be dragged through hell. I'm already there. Now both of you get out. Yes, sir, thank you, sir. Useless. You, red woman, you're being addressed. Forget pride. I just want this over with as fast as possible. You're the lawyer, correct? You may answer. As fast as possible. I am a lawyer, Morgan, criminal defense, Mr... how should I address you? As all outsiders do, by my name. Makoto of House Ikaria. Alright, what do we got on the profile? February 27th, 146 centimeters. Weight, such imprudence. Blood type A-. Occupation, heir apparent. Unemployed, all that's crossed out, and it just says student. Likes, biographies, shogi, and amber. Dislikes, tardiness, tarnish, and group assignments. Favorite figures, Saladin, Sun Tzu, and Hannibal. Favorite phrase, Ve Victis, literally, woe to the conquered. Oh, you fucking nerd. Relaxes by building, painting models. Okay. Also, I already read this. I just want to get rid of the notification. There we go. You, Morgan, criminal defense. Is that actually my name? Wait, or did I just say I'm a criminal defense lawyer and he thinks my name is Morgan Criminal Defense? Have the great honor of being summoned before me. Don't bother bowing. Once you start, you'll end up prostrated all day, and we have important work to do. Right. Out of abundance of respect for your time, Makoto, I should let you know that I still have no idea what I'm doing here. Oh. I'll have them kneel on a bed of nails later for some such thing. Miss Dufense. Mrs., really? The house has need of your legal services. Oh. Would you give me a moment to clear my throat? I need to switch gears. An instant. Right then. So you want to hire me? One of our own is being slandered by multiple homicide charges. You will defend him. I'm gonna guess right now, it's the dude that we left in the building. The dude is being accused of killing all those people, and now we have to defend him. I'm pretty sure this is what's about to happen. I'm like... For some reason, the criminals there did not kill this man, and now he is being accused of murdering all those people in court. You wanted to hire me, and I'm flattered, Makoto, but did you pull my name out of a hat? Pick a random page in the phone book? I have many books on my phone, libraries full of esoteric knowledge spread across countless tomes. You will have to be more specific. Sorry, I misspoke. What I mean is, this is House Ikaria. You must keep a small army of lawyers on retainer. Surely any one of them would be happy to help you. True, we have lawyers. Competent ones, expensive ones, and some who are both. But the best of them are all preoccupied. That's it? They're all just preoccupied? Preoccupied means busy. Thanks. But I'm still not sure how my name specifically was. Do you have a customer survey you want filled out, Miss Dufense? You were recommended. What does it matter how it came about? Normally it wouldn't matter. But when the client I'm recommended is to one of the richest, most well-connected families in the country, it gives me pause. I don't have any friends in high places. Not anymore. That makes it hard to see this as a favor. Now when my employer doesn't even know my goddamn name. Of course, my apologies. No doubt you have other questions. Very well, I'll permit you to ask them. Such a gentleman. House Icaria. If I wasn't brought here because of what happened last night, then this is just another job. Meaning all of this staring back at the bar. This has all just been their idea of a power move. Thank you for insisting that I get to visit your estate in person. It's beautiful here. An oasis of old world sensibility amidst a desert of steel and neon eyesores, is what the house elders say. I've never seen anything like it. It matches your family's reputation for class. Ha! My family's reputation is power, not class. Get it right. I take it a step further and guess you're renowned for violence rather than power. I hope she does a murder on him. I agree. But that's a moot point. Violence can be classy. And from how this house is talked about in headlines I read on the drive over, the nature of your family's reputation seems to vary greatly depending on who you ask. Some think you've got half the gangs in the city under your control. Others think you've left all that behind and are no worse than any other corporate family. Are you expecting me to ask you what you think? What I think is that I'll need some basic information if I'm to adequately defend your interests. We're financiers. You don't say. Lending, investing, taking over, buying out, the Ikari Financial Group was founded nearly 2 centuries ago. Loaning funds is high risk and high reward, but as you can see, our results speak for themselves. Icaria. The Icaria Financial Group is a private investment company and one of the nation's most exclusive asset managers as of 2086. We believe that investing should be accessible to anyone, and that's best accomplished by tailoring their investment portfolio to suit their specific needs. Interested in working with us? Let's get started on your profile below so we can determine your options. Remember, even if you unfortunately aren't a good fit for IFG itself, we'll always be happy to set you up with one or more of our partners that are better suited to your class. Not interested in sponsor results? See further with a premium account. Okay. Icaria Financial Group? Fancy way of saying they got their start as mobster loan sharks. It's not impossible to get this rich with loan sharking alone, but such unsavory work wouldn't get them into the ballrooms and boardrooms tiers of society. You gotta rip people off with mortgages to do that. Is lending the house's only income stream? No. Through Aria? Through Aria, our holding company, the house controls any number of what a civilian like you might call legitimate enterprises. And yes, we did found the Renigen Pharmaceutical Corporation, but what's past is prologue. Renigen? They're a drug company, one of the biggest. You're saying you've no relation to Renigen presently? The company went public years ago and Aira divested our shares not long after. We were given 1 seat on the board as a formality. That's the extent of it. Given? Feeling like this only takes. Why is he suddenly so humble? He doesn't know the meaning of the word. He doesn't know the meaning of the word. If he's downplaying their part with Renigen. Alright. Renigen is a global leader in pharmaceutical research, development, and distribution, a company that puts your health before any other concern. Our groundbreaking research into combating modern medical challenges has helped millions live happy, healthy lives, and we're proud to keep fighting that fight as we pursue our corporate goals. Put our medicine in the cabinet of every home. Improve patients' lives and their communities. Minimize our environmental footprints through sustainable ventures. Operate with dignity and pride in our ethics. Deliver consistent, steady growth to our investors. That part's most important. Shortly after our founding, our researchers developed metinformulin, the first orally ingested treatment for type 2 abnormal diabetes, freeing millions of adolescents suffering from its effects from being subjected to painful injections. Since then, we've gone on to improve on our formulation, And that constant dedication to perfecting our medicines has made us a national leader in pharmaceutical biosimilars. This is spoof on, it's a spoof on metformin. That's what I was thinking too. I kept almost reading it as metformin. We're obsessed with perfection and driven by purpose. We'll never stop searching for the next step in the evolution of what it means to be healthy. They're reminding me of if you play Marathon, there's this one faction in that called I think it was Caloric Industries. New Caloric? I think it was New Caloric. New Caloric. Yeah, that was that group. By the way, I need to get back into playing Marathon. I liked the lore of Marathon. I don't know if I fucked too much with the gameplay of Marathon. I think it's fine as an extractor shooter, but I liked the lore that was there with Marathon. I should go back to it. I want to get. I saw Chizu playing it. Hey, if you do get into it, let me know. It works with parties up to like 3 players, I think. I need more people to run squad with. All right, where are we? Yeah, I might grab it if you're playing it. Hell yeah. I played it before for quite a bit, so if you do grab it, we could run it. Absolutely. Alright, so that's that group. Thank you, New Caloric. Renogen. That's their name here. Then the house must have a reason to want to distance themselves from the company. You're being very modest, Makoto. And more than a little vague. It's only polite. It's unnecessary talking to your lawyer. You aren't my lawyer, Miss Dufens, but you will be working for me. So you'll have to become accustomed to putting your needs second. He's deflecting, and if he's trying to be subtle about it, it's not doing it well. I doubt it's possible a company with as big a boot heel as Renogen has no relation to anything that happens in the city, but I'll drop it for now. I'm in no rush to wade into boardroom politics again anytime soon. Makoto, I'd like to know a bit more about you, actually. How long have you... I am the only son of Raphael Ikaria and the only grandson of Daisuke Ikaria, CEO of the Ikaria Financial Group, patriarch of this family, and chairman of the house. I gather that those titles are all one and the same. As one destined to succeed the headship, commanding the family's servants is my responsibility and my birthright. So if one of them needs a lawyer, it falls to you? When our loyal men, women, or their families need help, it is my solemn duty to ensure that they are taken care of. And your age? What a boorish question. I knew that peasants raised outside our stratus had little understanding of the finer things. But I assumed that one with a law degree would be educated enough to know what is and isn't appropriate to discuss. Just because I am younger than some does not mean I am any less capable of managing the people who work for me. Does it, men? Sir, no, sir. You definitely command their respect. This is no coincidence. One of the most frequently noted characteristics of great men who have remained great is loyalty to their subordinates. So says George S. Patton. That's so interesting. This is an important point. Perhaps another quote is called for. I don't think that's necessary. I'll grant you another. If soldiers are punished before they have grown attached to you, they will not prove submissive. And unless submissive, they will be practically useless. So says Sun Tzu. Back to back. Yes, a second quotation was called for in this instance. If only to emphasize that that no one stays unless, if only to emphasize to you that no one stays useless in House Ikaria for very long. One way or another. This manner. I'll admit I was a little taken aback to step off an elevator and into your enclosure out there. The gardens? Yes, our groundskeepers work hard on them. Does the illusion of the sky come from a live recording or somewhere else? Or is it generated programmatically? That'd take quite the equation. It is impressive, yes. As for how it works, I don't have the technical minutiae in front of me at the moment. That's okay. Of course it is! A lion does not concern himself with the exterior decorations of the sheep. it's your exterior and your decorations. What does it matter anyway? If you want the specifics so badly, I'll have one of the servants put you in contact with a contracting firm. That's all right. Nothing tells me the consultation alone would break my bank account. Black suits. I do appreciate the warm welcome, Makoto of House Ikaria, really, but legal consultations are usually more private than this. Are we certain we need the peanut gallery? Let it not be said that House Ikaria is not accommodating of its guests, or more than capable of compensating for this nut allergy you allude to. That's not... That's so sweet of you. But do all of these guards really need to be present for this conversation? If you're referring to the additional security, it can't be helped, circumstances being what they are. Circumstances? And if you're referring to my retainers in general, then I suggest you step back into the garden and take a deep breath. Is it something like, technically speaking, they're a minor, so they can't be alone with the lawyer for these agreements, or some shit like that? Clearly, the city's fumes do not agree with your constitution. You must be lightheaded if you think you're worthy to hold a one-on-one audience with the next head of this illustrious house. He's a prodigy to this insufferable... he's a prodigy to be this insufferable at such a young age. Thank you for indulging my curiosity so graciously, Makoto. Conquer the stingy through generosity. Stingy. Conquer the stingy through generosity. So says Buddha. Correct. Perhaps your education is not quite as deficient as I feared. But I should make clear that in this case, I was using the quote to subtly imply that you are stingy with your own graciousness. I got it. Yep. Shall we move on? I believe you mentioned a homicide. Multiple homicides. Tell me more. My head of security was arrested by the police last night in the lower wards. They found him brutally beaten, drugged, and tortured. And instead of bringing him straight to a hospital, they arrested him for murder. He's been framed, and you must prove his innocence. An instant. Is there something wrong with your voice? Is this that peanut allergy you mentioned? No, I just lost my train of thought for a second there. I'm not used to my luck changing this fast. One of the richest families in the city wants to pay me to prove a man's innocent of a crime I framed him for? Right, then, might I ask why he was found in the lower wards? I get the impression that Ikaria territory is generally positioned more vertically. This whole city is our territory, but it's true that our presence is felt more strongly in some areas than others. They captured him early yesterday. He was ambushed by cowards and dragged down to that stain of a neighborhood to be tortured senselessly. Well, he was tortured, I can attest to that much. But I don't believe in senseless violence. There's always a purpose, and it's usually staring you in the face. People just don't like making eye contact. Do you have any idea why he was taken, or by whom? It was the Blue Bloods. They made no effort to hide it. In a worthy opponent, I might call that commendable, but knowing them, they're just too stupid to value deniability. I'm sure. And I'm sure there's no love lost between your groups, but kidnapping and torturing is beyond the pale, I agree. And the police are even worse. I expected no help from those incompetent fools, but these charges they're making, they're utterly ridiculous. Of course they are. To think they want to pin 5 murders on him. I killed 4. I killed 4 dudes. 5? Did you say 5? Yes, 5! It's absurd! I can only take credit for 4 bodies. Actually so high and mighty, so affronted, so eager to blame us for the death of one of their officers. A dead cop? Is this what those mercs were advertising themselves with? What do you mean one of their officers? Was there UC or... No, they made the ridiculous claim that he killed some uniform while resisting arrest. Oh, okay. He did have the gun on him. So, as if a member of our house would fear prison. I should have never dared to think I got lucky here. These circumstances sound very complex. Makoto and the police take the death of one of their... These circumstances sound very complex, Makoto. And the police take the death of one of their own very seriously. The gun was empty, she said. So, well, there was still the sword, I guess, they could have used. I don't know. What makes you so certain of this man's innocence? Because this man's name is Sosuke Ikaria. The Hound. The Hound. I've known him all my life. All 3 or 4 years of it? There's no individual more honorable, more devoted, more trustworthy. And not once have I ever known him to be... violent? Impulsive. He didn't do this. I know he didn't do this, but proving that is your job. About that. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, Makoto. But you will. If for no other reason than because we shall pay you more than you customarily receive for a contract. Considerably more. Not everything is a question of money. Yes, your meaning is taken. It needn't be silver or gold. Or, needn't be silver and gold? It needn't be silver and gold. I'll have no complaints with your compensation. The favor of House Ikaria can go a long way in this city. As can our wrath. I don't appreciate being threatened. I don't find it funny, even coming from a kid. However, if the state thinks whoever killed those 4 Blue Bloods also killed a cop, I can't afford to sit this hand out. I'll go over every centimeter of that building. One wrong move, one hair out of place. If I lose here, I lose, period. If I win, throwing an Ikaria-sized wallet in the pot beforehand is all upside. I understand, Makoto of House Ikaria. I'll take Sosuke's case. You say that as if it were ever in doubt. A true prodigy. But he might be right. Maybe it never was. I chose to put that gun into this Sosuke's hands when I could have just plunged that knife into his temple. Maybe the line drawn from that moment to the razor edge I'm walking right now is perfectly straight. A line drawn from one point to another is always perfectly straight. A better metaphor would be a bullet's trajectory. For all the talk of wind resistance and breathing patterns and the Coriolis effect and chaos theory, you can't exactly act surprised when your shot lands right where the crosshairs were pointing. Morgan's my last name, by the way, before you start writing any checks. You should have enunciated. "4:41 p.m., August 14th. So that meeting took us half an hour? In transit. Hey there, boss. Of course I'm fine. What did you think was going to happen? Yeah, all good news. I've got quite the paycheck coming my way. Maybe bad news for you if you get a large crowd tonight. Yeah, tell Sarah to meet me at the police station address I'm about to send. Got work for her to do. There will be quite the paycheck indeed waiting for me, assuming I can win. But can I afford to accept it? Oh, is this the hacker person we talk to sometimes? Which? Beatrice, is that you? Hey, are any of those jokes around the office about your clients being connected to organized crime true? Haha, what? Is this some kind of honeypot? Trying to get a grasp on something. Now I know you're baiting me. World's easiest, that's what she said, layup. I'll still basket that shit, though. I don't give a fuck. Why did you make everything so hard? Why do you make everything so hard? Come on. Like, come on, Freckles. Low-hanging fruit. I have no idea what you're talking about. Obviously. Why are you asking me about mafia shit, though? I'm working a case for Ikaria. The joke is dicks. Usually the joke is dicks. Whom I assume you've heard of. Definitely. Under circumstances that are probably vulgar. Absolutely. Which you'd be happy to brag about to me. Anytime. But I'm not well positioned to turn down the job outright. So I'd like to know whether they'll be resistant. Resistant? Well, I don't know why I said resistant. Resistant. Whether they'll be resistant about parting ways afterwards. Why? Do you not like getting paid lots of money? I don't like being chained. Fair enough. So you're like, just asking for my advice? The oral loss is incredible. I'm not going to attempt to phrase that. Or parse that. Not going to attempt to parse that. I doubt you ever could. My generation's sense of humor is practically impregnable. It was a very basic non sequitur, Auntie. It just wasn't very funny. Not even. A non sequitur would be... What's the charge? Well, it's just getting back on topic. The charge is homicide. 5 counts. Meh. You're probably fine. All that stuff you hear about mobsters being clean with their lawyers. It's because they don't want anyone who's been through their underwear drawers running around, telling tales. Whatever poor fucker they pin multiple homicides on is obviously not anyone important. I don't think he was framed. Not by his own people. Nah, pinned as in stuck with. Like a chore. Powerful people. Mob or no. Even if they get lawyers, it's for tax evasion and conspiracy charges. Dirty work's left to the pawns. And the whole point of a pawn is, you don't have to think up twice about trading them off. Alright. I guess I know the rumors are true then. Yep, you uncovered my fucking secret. Listen. Actors. Singers. Celebs. They all like expensive things and being the center of attention. Mobsters have money to burn. I want the cologne of legitimacy. Everyone wants what they can't have. Okay. Chill. Okay, chill F. Scott Fitzgerald. Great looking Gatsby ass. I still pine for thee, motherfucker. What? All I'm saying is, there's mutually beneficial arrangements to be made between the rich and the famous. And the rich and the infamous. Well, you bet your ass I was in those rooms, negotiating appearance fees, and taking my 30%. 30%? You really are shameless. That's what she said. Alright. Thanks as always for the sage counsel. If you're really feeling grateful, give me a solid and call your rents. They say they never hear from you. And I know you can't be that busy. You're bored enough to talk to me. They're the ones who are busy. Call the rents as in, like, the parents? Or... What the fuck shortens it to rents? Okay, August 14th, 2086. Obviously, I wasn't sure what would happen after I left that crime scene. I wasn't sure what I'd find walking... Hey, I think I'm supposed to follow, Jemmy System? Jemmy System, how's it going? And I wasn't sure what I'd find walking in here to speak to my client. But I definitely wouldn't have bet that the next time I saw this man alive, he'd actually look worse. Did you not hear me? I said I'm your lawyer. I just got it right the second try. Oh, hell yeah. How's it going? Sosuke. Oh, I heard you. Oh, wait. What voice do we give him? Oh, I heard you. I'm just not interested in wasting my breath responding. I'm sorry, is there a misunderstanding here? Not at all. I understand exactly what you are. You and all your fellow... Your companion is staring at me very intently. She does that. Sarah, blink. You're embarrassing me in front of the Yakuza. That's a very dated word. You'd really prefer I call you an orca? I'd prefer you give up and leave. What are you talking? I'm sure they told you. I've been softened up. They'd broken me, and I'd be ready to sign whatever you put in front of me. Sorry to disappoint you, but the Hound of Icaria doesn't heal. Cool. So, Skay, I'm going to repeat myself plainly, and slowly, because you clearly have multiple head injuries. I'm not a lawyer. I'm your lawyer. Ah. Right then. Very good. Thank you for coming. I apologize if I misspoke just now. I'd misspeak too if I'd lost as much blood as you. Morgan Esquire. I'll be representing you from here on out. Sosuke of House Icaria. Sarah, paralegal and bartender. You're very young to have 2 jobs, or 10 bar. Well, it's only part-time. Right. So tell us, Sosuke of House Icaria, what is your routine? You look fit. Oh my god, Sarah. My what? Are you asking about... Do you not have me on file? Sorry, which firm are you from? DDD? MPM? Oh, I'm in private practice. You mean you're not a mob lawyer? No, but please don't hold it against me. Everyone has to start the path to corruption somewhere. Yippee! Alright. So yeah, Sarah is definitely a proxy for Morgan and Dia's daughter, right? Basically. I'm gonna take a very quick BRB. I won't be gone for very long. Oh wait, I wanted to do it while there was music playing. Now music's not playing. So I'll keep reading until music starts playing, and then I'll go BRB. There are serious risks involved in representing a man with my background against charges like these. It's very sweet of you to... They say I killed a cop, miss. I realize I may look a sorry state at the moment, but I've not fallen so low that I'd sully the house's name by dragging a civilian into... Makoto thought differently. The young master? You've seen him? How is he? Where is he? Is he unharmed? He was sitting pretty atop a literal throne surrounded by armed guards last time I checked. Thank you for that. No one's told me anything, and if the young master has spoken on this matter, I won't go against his judgment. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. Alright, so now with the music back, I'll be right back. Stay safe, gamers. Hopefully the BRB scene will have the music working fine. If not, I'll fix it. Alright, Adonai. We are back. And ready to uh, solve the case, question mark? Defend the case? Obviously we know who we killed. We ain't killed the cop, though. I'm gonna assume he's gonna tell me he didn't kill the cop either. So... I didn't... Was it the kid? Did the kid that we saw outside the building kill the cop? So... We'll find out. Let's get through this. Also, real quick, before I get into this, okay, I forgot to mention this during the pre-stream yaps. I'm hearing early reviews for Steins Gate Reboot. The first day I was hearing the pre-reviews of the Steins Gate Reboot, they were saying they've cooked. They were saying it's pretty good, despite, you know, some aura loss from the visual changes. Is pretty good. But then, the next day, I'm hearing people say it's shit. I don't know what to believe anymore. Or lost from the visual... Yeah, for Steins Gate Reboot. Have you seen how Steins Gate Reboot looks like now? They've drastically changed the visuals. And many do not like the, There's a Steins Gate Reboot... Okay, well... Okay, so here's where we have to start with. Here's where we have to start. There's a remake that they're releasing of Steins Gate. It's actually coming out next week. And it's coming over here too. It's coming out on Steam next week, and I think in October it's releasing on consoles. And they brought back Huke, the original artist. However, they've had them do a very drastically different style with the art, because they would like to do a sort of live 2D emotion system for like when they talk. And I'm assuming they had to redo the art style significantly to accompany that, and many people do not fuck with it. I in particular was like shocked at the change they did to Mr. Braun. He doesn't look like Mr. Braun anymore. He looks like some dude. some random other dude who I don't know. He's looking like he's getting closer and closer to Northern Lion. I don't know how I feel about the visual change. I feel like in some areas it's gonna look nice, but I don't know. I'm still gonna get it and see. But the big issue is, it's like, how much is it now? The new one? I don't even know how much it is for all of that, which is cool. But they've supposedly added more content, specifically in the Moeka route. A lot of it's related to some Steins Gate Gamma thing, radio drama thing. And what else was there? Oh, the biggest problem with it is it uses the Steins Gate Elite script. This is the biggest problem in my opinion. The Steins Gate Elite script. So for those of you who don't know, Steins Gate Elite was the version of Steins Gate that they tried to do later on, which used entirely visuals from the anime. And in order to accompany this, they also cut out a lot of content that was not covered in the anime. So it is a lot of stuff from the original story just taken out as a result of it. So, yeah, that's a script that they use for Reboot. But they have, like, all the new visual source. So it's basically a heavily reskinned version of Steins Gate Elite. With, like, some additional stuff for the Moeka route. So, I don't know. I'm gonna try it out. Based on the previews, I was, like, kind of on the fence about the visuals. But the fact that they're using the Steins Gate Elite script, I don't like that. I don't like that bit at all. That part, like, severely deflates it for me. Now, Committee Zero is obviously going to do some sort of patch for this to fix some things. Like, a lot of the CGs, the English release, did not translate any of the text in the CGs at all. So that stuff like that is going to get fixed. But I don't know how much they're going to be able to fix in terms of that. So... You know, you can't really do much there. Yeah, it's whatever. It's whatever. Hey, I'm still gonna get it. I'll still check it out. I don't know if I'll check it out on stream. I might check it out a bit in the Discord. I might just do that instead of, like, trying to stream it or whatever. I don't know. We'll see. But that is next week is when that comes out. So we get to check that out then. What else was there? I think there was something else I wanted to say. Oh, did I tell you guys I got a network attached storage in the mail today, like right before I hit start stream? I haven't gotten to open it up and set it up yet because I started stream. But it's staring at me in the corner of my vision. And I'm just like, I could be setting that up right now. I could be backing up files right now. I could be hoarding data right now, and no one could stop me. But instead, I'm framing people for murders and then somehow trying to defend him on that. Somehow. Alright, let's get back to the case here. Let's solve everything. But I do hope you understand what you're getting into. I'm already in it, Sosuke. How well I understand what I'm in is something I think you'd be able to help with. I'm sure you can pin the murders of the guys you did kill on whoever killed the cop. Maybe. The problem is, we don't know who the fuck killed the cop. Now I gotta figure that out. Hope it wasn't actually Sosuke. What are we supposed to do then? Our biggest problem here is we need this case to go away because we don't need the cops, like, looking into the scene too much in case something about us got left behind. I don't know. By the way, I like how she was, like, super thorough about, like, I gotta wipe all my prints from this area, and I'm just thinking, like, okay, but, like, well, maybe it doesn't matter too much. I was gonna say, like, hair. You got hair. I don't... I mean, I guess it doesn't matter unless they suspect you. But, like, the problem is, maybe they wouldn't have given a shit if the cop didn't get killed. The fact that the cop got killed means we're probably fucked. I don't know. Listen, we'll solve the case and we won't have to do anything. You know what? The case is easy. If we just throw Sosuke under the bus, done. If we just do a shitty job as a lawyer, done. Easy. No worries. This will all be fine. Sosuke, hey, why don't we just take a plea deal? Okay, you plead guilty, because obviously you did it. And he's gonna be like, no, I didn't do it. Fuck that. Dude, the whole mob is gonna be up our ass if we do that. Hey, listen, Sun Tzu, okay? We'll just quote some Sun Tzu quotes. And they'll understand. The art of war, okay? All warfare is based upon deception. This is how it's done. Very well. What do you want to know? Sosuke. So far, all I know about you is your first and last name. It's a very important last name. But I take your meaning. And in truth, the first thing you should know is that I'm not worthy of it. Why? You disqualified due to pre-existing conditions? I was born Sosuke Hayakawa, fourth son of a distant branch family. The only reason I bear the name of Ikaria is because I was adopted into the main house as an infant, in exchange for a lifelong service in the main family. Sounds like a great deal. Lifelong? How did you serve the Ikaria as an infant? There are various tax benefits if you have exactly 2 children. Don't be absurd! I am what you would call a bodyguard. From the time I was able to walk, I was trained to be of service to the house by protecting the heir with my life. From the time you're able to walk, there are a lot of demand for toddler bodyguards. All that's ever been asked of me is that I stand in the right place at the right time. You mean like in family photographs? Like in front of a blade. Even a child can manage that. She's like, damn, dude, that's deep. The house has given me everything I've ever had, and taught me everything I've ever known. What meager service I can offer in return means nothing compared to the debt I owe them. You saw your relationship with your family as a transaction? It is not something so cold, girl. It's a matter of loyalty. Right. So if you were standing before a judge and they asked your name and occupation, you would say, "My name is Sosuke Ikaria, and I'm an eternal servant for a living?" I would say I'm Sosuke Ikaria, and I work as a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. And what does that entail exactly? I'm the young master's bodyguard, and I lead all his security teams. Nice to properly meet you. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I think we got a profile for him. Oh, okay, Sosuke Ikaria. August 23rd, 192 centimeters, 97 kilograms, type AB negative. Occupation, head of personnel security, Ikaria Group. Likes whetstones, paperbacks, matcha. Dislikes the opera, wasabi, and insects. Favorite author, Alexander Dumas. Coffee, Cafe Americano. Default status, non-work related messages will be blocked. Okay, alright. Masters. Wait, what? Have we seen them? Oh, this is the person we texted. This is our aunt. Victoria Masters. Yeah, that's the hacker witch person we messaged. Okay. July 7th. 1660, 166 centimeters. Weight depends on the time of day. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Blood, AB negative. Occupation, lawyer to the rich and famous. Semi-retired. Likes, waterfalls, manicures, macadamia nuts. Dislikes, getting ghosted by my adorable goddaughter. Drink, cosmopolitan, double. Collects, favors, friends in high places. Luck, SSR on the first poll. Oh, damn. Now, I don't actually remember if she was the hacker. I know we had like a person we contacted who I think was a hacker before. I don't remember if this was her or if there was a different person we contacted that was a hacker. But I remember we talked to both of them on the phone before. But maybe she was. No, we had a little gremlin freak and they were different. I see. There's the aunt, and then the kid you got out of jail. Oh, okay. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. And I'm Sarah, paralegal and bartender part-time. Yes, I believe you already mentioned that. It seemed like we were all doing it twice. Well, thank you for your paralegal services, Sarah. And here I had the impression you had no sense of humor. What do you mean? It seems in this particular instance, Adonai, it was you who misidentified his proper manners as being glad we all broken the ice. Taken captive. Makoto told me that this all started because you were taken captive yesterday. What happened? It was 2 p.m. The young master had just finished a meeting with a VP in Crane Tower, floor 108. 2 p.m.? He wasn't in school. I'll ask that you refrain from mocking the young master in my presence. He is a child, anyone can see that, but you've no idea the pressures that have been placed on him. Whatever my client wants. As I was saying, it was just after 2 p.m. Me and the rest of my team escorted him to the elevators along our planned exit route. But our lift stopped suddenly between floors 61 and 62. That was when I made a mistake. I had a bad feeling. Thought it was best to get Makoto to the ground floor ASAP. So I forced the elevator open, crawled out, and pulled him out after me. But just as he let go, the elevator started up again, separating us from the rest of the guard. It was a trap. A 50-50 one. Staying wasn't safe either. If they could stop the elevator, it's not a stretch to think they could drop it too. He just lost the coin flip when he decided to exit. Yes, Sarah, it was a trap. Floors 60 through 70 were undergoing heavy retrofitting, and the other elevators weren't responding. Comms were jammed. I'd reviewed the entire building's blueprints beforehand. Not very useful information, obviously, for a floor undergoing renovations. When I knew that there was a construction elevator we could get to on the other side of the tower. I had to act fast. There was no time to doubt myself, and I did something unforgivable. You left the kid? I picked him up over my shoulder. Oh. Well, that sounds like fun. House, forgive me. Everything the young master does for the sake of his name and dignity, Hello, Angel, how's it going? What did you say, Andy? Oh, my cat's decided to sit on my arms. I'm doomed to only type in chat forever now. Yippee! Angel, how's it going? Sigh, I asked Wolfborg to play Left 4 Dead 2 in protest and not invite... wait, what? I asked Wolfborg to play Left 4 Dead 2 in protest to not invited to another party, and he ignores me. Are we hopping on right now? Am I dropping everything for us to play Left 4 Dead 2 right now? Is this what we're doing? Andy can't join us now, unfortunately, because Andy's got the cat. The cat's demanded the arm, so Andy can't play. I'm hungover as hell, imagine. I wasn't going to drop everything to play it anyways. But can you imagine? I do have the cat. Oh no, he's a good person, and we've seen him shirtless and tied up. Oh no! Kids are tougher than you'd think. I think he'll get over it. I also think the biggest barrier for us would be that our mods don't match. Why is this a barrier? It takes, like, not a lot of time to make them line up. They're, like, all in the workshop. You just press up, like, a couple buttons after you read them aloud. It's not an issue. I was able to line them up last time I played with people. Okay. We can solve it. Yeah, there's the power of just opening up the Steam Workshop and searching. It's not an issue. So you escorted him to the service elevator? I take it that's when things... Yes, I'm sorry, but I only remember a few vague details about what happened next. But I'll tell you what little I can. After I activated the lift, two assailants emerged from under a tarped doorway at my 7 o'clock. One tall, one thin. The tall one was around 190 centimeters, and his weight, I'd say 100 kilograms with the mods. Thin was maybe 175 centimeters, but slouched, modded as well. But what I saw looked stripped down, so he couldn't have been heavier than 70 kilo. They had needle guns, slow to fire and slow to take effect. A memorable choice. Taller one shot first, jerked his arm when he pulled the trigger. A bad habit usually favored by street slinger punks who are used to compensating for the kickback of jailbroken zippers. He might as well have been aiming at the ceiling. Thin lines up his shot properly. Laser sight dialed in on the young master's left trapezoid. I shift into a horse rider stance and deflect the needle with my weapon. The lift doors opened behind me just as another shooter steps forward at my 3 o'clock. Or so I thought. All they had was a laser pointer. Literally a cheap trick. But it worked. I hear a click from 8 o'clock, turn my neck, and feel a weight punch into my deltoid. A dullish kind of pain for an instant. I realize I'm already going numb. That's why I squeeze. Squeeze? He's talking about his mods. That's how I've always described it. Others say they flex or hold or pull or hold. I squeeze. I get a type 2. External thoracic booster. Some burst strength and pain-killing capabilities. But in short, it's a reflex enhancer. Make 1 second feel like 15 in hindsight. I've seen this in Cyberpunk Edge Runners. It makes it feel like you ran a marathon during those 15 seconds once the kickback gets you. But I digress. I moved. Got Makoto into the elevator and wrenched the doors shut myself, taking 3 more needles to the back in the process. I remember saliva pooling on my lip and then cold concrete scratching my cheek. Alright, Sosuke. So you were guarding Makoto, these men laid a trap and targeted him with tranks. Failed. Then they take you instead? Yes, to my great shame. So you were outnumbered and ambushed, but you still managed to protect Makoto. What's there to be ashamed of? I didn't see it coming. You're saying that this has happened before? Dozens of attempts in the past year. Some ended off in the early stages, some sidestepped entirely, and some stopped with force. I knew their tactics and I knew their vulnerabilities. And I still failed. Sosuke, that is not incorrect. Not deny. Am I wrong? Shouldn't a bodyguard get at least one shot off before being taken down? Shot? What do you mean shot? You were not carrying a firearm? No, no one on the team had guns. How's that? None of us on the security team had firearms with us. But you're a gangster. I'm a head of personnel security for the Ikaria Financial Group. Walking onto an allied group's property, armed to the teeth, insults their hospitality and makes the house look insecure or worse, impotent. And I'm not a security expert, but I do think there's some gray area between armed to the teeth and empty-handed. I mean, didn't you just say you deflected their attack? I was not defenseless just because I wasn't carrying a gun. Oh? I had my sword. Oh! So lame. So cool. Oh my god. You walk around town with, what, a samurai sword? Oh, just assume that it's a katana. You just assume that's a katana? Well, I mean, I saw it, but... Am I wrong? Is it? Yes. It is a signifier of my position within the house and shows that I am acting as a representative of it. I feel like carrying a sword around is a lot more noticeable than carrying a gun around. Am I wrong? Am I... Is it ceremonial then? No, it is quite sharp. I can attest to that. Though it's probably in terrible condition by now, seeing how this city's police manhandle everything else they touch. Speaking of which, perhaps we should move on to the night's main events? They tried for Makoto, got you instead, and took you to the lower wards. Why? I've been wondering that to myself. Aren't you essentially worthless? Okay, well, as a hostage, she means. I know that. Thinking back, I was surprised myself to wake up at all, let alone in captivity. But it seems they had questions they wanted to ask me. What do you remember? Or they used on me, I can't remember some things, but how much of it was real? What order it happened in? It's all... Just say whatever comes to mind. It can be anything. Sights, smells, voices. There are no wrong answers. You don't remember my voice, do you? I was bound. My wrists bound above my head. Tied to something that smelled like iron and rattled like old iron. But tiles beneath my feet, some kind of bathroom or decontamination area. Good guess. They asked me questions. I said things. Loose lips, like being drunk for the first time again. But I'm confident that other than vulgarities, it was all incoherent. Because there were shocks, the taste of blood, I must have bit my tongue during the spasms. And there were beatings, of course. I wouldn't have guessed. Not deny. Do you need corrective lenses? Sarcasm is just how I grieve a lost opportunity, Sarah. Lost opportunity? It's a damn shame. From what I could see, a pretty face like yours would go a long way with the jury if it wasn't pulverized. Ridiculous. Is he blushing? I agree about his face, Adonai, but I don't believe it is his only strong Sarah, now's not the time. Let us move on. Really? Well, in that case. How did your captivity go? Do you recall escaping? I was blindfolded the entire time, but my ears weren't boxed so bad. There was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. So I was initially under the impression that this dude was just kidnapped and, like, nobody knew. And I guess he got grabbed and the young master was with him at the time. I have several questions about... Did we report the fact that he got kidnapped or something, or were we just letting the house mobster people handle it? Said there was a team. Yeah, but like, didn't they get separated for the elevator thing, or was I misunderstanding? There's like only like 2 of them at some point. That's when they attacked them, is what I was understanding. But I don't know, maybe if I misunderstood. I'm just trying to think to myself, like, if the kid got away, assuming they had the mask or something. Well, I mean, their group ended up with the mask in the end. I don't know if they necessarily got the mask through them. Also, I'm trying to think to myself already why they would kidnap him, and I'm thinking that they probably logically thought, like, obviously the tiny child can't be the head of the family. That must be, like, his little brother or something. So let's grab this guy. This must be him. Probably, is my thinking. And then they just ignored the kid, because the kid ran away. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know, though. But they kidnapped him at 2 p.m. yesterday. Morgan killed the guys last night. The police recovered him this morning. The kid got put in the elevator. Well, I'm just thinking, like they're immediately saying, like, this guy murdered these 4 people and killed a cop, and I'm just thinking, like, okay, but I feel like we would have, like, reported the fact that this guy just got kidnapped, like, the day beforehand, and probably would not be immediately assuming that he is like a random person that went down to the lower wards to just kill 4 random dudes down there. And that, like, this would probably be considered, like, looked at as potentially self-defense for, like a kidnapping case. Unless, for whatever reason, the young master didn't report it. For reasons. But, I don't know. We'll see. There's probably details that will get filled in. So there was a door that squeaked and whined, so I always knew when someone was coming or going. One voice asked questions, mostly. It was light. Another voice grunted when he hit me. Heavy. Other voices came and went, and then eventually, it was talk. Through the door, I heard they were all talking to someone else. Okay, a new voice. Was it high-pitched or low, loud or soft? It doesn't matter. What's important is that it belonged to someone new. Someone besides you and the dead who was there last night. That's definitely wasn't us. Definitely not us. Definitely. Definitely not us. Did you make it any part of their conversation? No, not a word. Okay, good. Easy. Safe. Well, there was a loud noise. Gunshots, followed by shouting and ugly sounds. And then a hollow pain in my skull as I lost consciousness again. When I next came to, I had something in my hands, something sharp. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came. Wait, didn't we give him the gun? The something sharp refer to the sword? Or the knife? I think we left did we leave the knife at the scene? I don't remember if we left the knife. Oh no, oh no, did we give him the gun and the knife? Well, I mean, somebody else could have just left something on him afterwards. He did pass out when we left him. So they could have killed the cop and then left something on him. But I thought the cop was a part of the team that found him. And he killed him, supposedly killed him at that time? She gave him something to cut himself free. Oh, okay. Thought it was a bat's splinters. Oh, okay. I didn't even think to ask what it was or where it came from. I just started working at the bindings, rushed and clumsy, poked myself in the process. But I cut them loose and then took the gag out. The blindfold was so tight I cut it rather than try and, this damn thing must have been acting as a bandage because when I took it off, between the light and the pain, I thought that my head had split open. It took me a long time to stand up. Felt like I could lie on that cold, disgusting floor forever if I just... But something was poking me. Something tucked into my waistband. The gun. A gun! Imagine my surprise. Checked the safety, the chamber, reflexively, but only saw 2 spent slugs. I was too tired to be confused, so I just walked out that squeaky door and into red. Just red. And then I was blinking at an IV, handcuffed to a stretcher in an ambulance, some cop reading me my rights, saying that I killed 5 people. Oh wait, some judge or official said that later. When I woke up in the ambulance, all they said was that I was a cop killer. emitting some strange language. I don't understand. You were held captive, interrogated, tortured. But then you woke up armed and were able to escape? The cops didn't ask me any questions, and I wouldn't have answered if they had. It's been nearly a full day, and I'm just now saying it aloud for the first time. It truly sounds absurd. This is your world, Sosuke, not mine. Do you have any theories on what happened? Only 2 possibilities come to mind. Only 2. In the first scenario, 1 or more of my captors wanted to kill me, but needed an excuse to do so. So they let me escape. They gave me a knife and an unloaded gun, and then wait for me to stumble out so they can mist me and be done with it. But the plan doesn't work. Somehow, I limp out of that room and shoot, cut, stab, and kill them all. That would be quite the feat, given the condition you say you were in. Yes, a tale for the ages. But it's not impossible. But it's not possible. But it's not possible. It's not possible. Why isn't it possible? Even if he had the motive, and they were stupid enough to give him the opportunity, he was still lacking, bullets. Wait, we said we shot them, right? Supposedly? Shoot, cut, stab, kill them all. Well, bullets? In the brief I read, 2 of the pod were shot to death. I'm sure you're highly qualified, Sosuke, but I doubt you can fire a gun without bullets. No, I cannot. As I said, the gun I woke up with had already fired both its shots. So if we tell the police that the gun wasn't loaded, would that clear Sosuke's name for 2 of the murders? There's no proof the gun was already empty by the time he got his hands on it. She's right. The gun was some kind of jailbroken mag rail. The only residue it'd leave behind is static. So long as my prints are on it, that's all the evidence they need to claim I fired it. How about the second possibility then? The second possibility is that someone walked into the building, killed my captors, then tried to frame me for it. Yeah? Who would do that? That sounds like lunacy. We've already eliminated the other possibility. Insane trumps impossible. Like it or not, this bad Samaritan theory is our best shot. What is it? I'm just surprised you believe me. You haven't even asked if I did it. I never ask. It helps that I can usually tell. It helps when I just know. Are you are you allowed to ask your client if they actually did it in these cases? I don't actually know how that works. Are you allowed to ask, and should they actually tell you? Or you can, yeah. If you tell a lawyer that you did something like that, like admitting to murder or whatever, are you like, is the lawyer obligated, technically speaking, to like, I know it's supposed to be like privileged or whatever, so he doesn't legally have to say anything. But is there any like legal things that technically they're supposed to do if they are told that their client has actually murdered people? And I assume a lot of lawyers in those cases are going to try to go for a different defense for like why they killed them in some cases. But if you are a lawyer who's told that they did murder them, are you really going to still be able to go on somehow with a case where like they just didn't murder them at all? If they've just admitted it to you? Or if it's your lawyer and they rep you, but they have to protect you if they continue to work with you. And they can't divulge anything if they walk away. They can fire their client. Okay. Yes, you have to. Okay. I just never knew the logistics of that. Because, I mean, most cases where it's very clear somebody has done it or whatever, they try to go for, like, a different, defense for why it was permissible for whatever reason. Or, like, it was murder, but, like, less so than, like, just, like, a random killing or, like, premeditated or whatever. You can help try and get a plea deal, but like if someone goes, yes, I did murder, you can't go out to the jury and be like, they did this, and you're still supposed to help the client. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my client's guilty as shit. You just send him away now. I'm not even going to bother anymore. You can imagine what happened with many of Trump's lawyers over the years. Oh my god. Alright. Here we go. Put this here, and we'll be good to go. Give me 1 second. Alright, let's go. A wise policy for the world you're setting foot onto. It's the prosecutor's job to prove beyond all doubt that the person did it. The defense has to present the best defense to ensure that happens. Okay. Not as if it makes any difference here. Even I don't know if I'm guilty. You were drugged and beaten. You're still injured even now. And we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. Okay, well, here's a follow-up question related to all that. If you became a lawyer, and you became a defense lawyer, and your client tells you they did it, or no, I'm sorry, they don't tell you they did it. You have a client that you have to defend, and it's for the charge of murder. Do you actually ask your client if they did it, or would you be the type of lawyer who just goes with it? Chap, do you want me to call my lawyer? No, I'm asking you people personally, if you would actually ask a client if they actually did the murder for, like, I don't know, legal information purposes, or is it better for you to do your case if you do not know? Yes? Why are you saying yes with like 4 question marks as if it's an obvious answer? I don't think it's an obvious answer at all, because I think it could severely fuck with your ability to plan out a more proper actual defensive look at the situation, if you actually in the end are just saying the whole time like, okay, but I know this fucker did it though. I probably has to still go through with it. Okay. I'm not a good person. I don't want my client to lie to me if I'm trying to defend them to a court. Okay, but if they tell you that and they go onto the stand and say, I'm not guilty, I didn't do this, you know they're still lying. But, like, it's not them lying to you. So, like, the distinctive difference here is you're just not asking them whether or not they did the murder. Right? You're not, like, having them say I didn't do it. You're just asking them other questions regarding the situation that you have to defend or whatever. I guess. I don't know. Listen. I'm just saying. I'm trying to think, like, if I were a lawyer, if I would ask my client. And I feel like I only really, like, would because I feel like most clients that would do that are also fucking idiots who would, like, not realize there's a whole bunch of other evidence surrounding that I would, like, need to anticipate. And they would probably try not to tell me about it because they don't want to admit to it to me. I feel like that would probably, like, I would kind of need to for the case for that. But it's also the lawyer's job to know the law, and if someone believes that they broke the law but didn't understand it, a lawyer would defend someone who thinks they're guilty when they're guilty of something lesser. Example, self-defense versus murder. Okay, alright, that makes sense. I'm learning so much. I think we should just get a law degree. I think we're gonna take that that lawyer exam. Just go through the whole process. We'll do it all on the stream together. It also takes several hoops to get a jury trial. Yeah, it takes a lot for some cases, especially like the types of cases, like criminal cases or whatever. A lot. So anyways, let's solve this one. As we just reasoned that you couldn't have killed your captors without help. What makes you think you might still be guilty? Because I've killed before. Pale spark flickers at the back of my mind. I kill people, just not those people, okay? My index finger rises slightly. My lips part. Was I expecting this? Stepping into the criminal underworld? Looking forward to it. The rare opportunity to speak frankly with someone else who's... You mean... Yes. I was in the military. Oh. Okay. I've taken lives many times. We used to have a state prosecutor in the Star Lounge. What? What? Oh, damn. I've already taken a law class, so I'm technically already getting there. Oh, okay. What is that fucking the equivalent of like the SATs that like lawyers have to take? I've looked into this before. I think I went through a couple practice questions in like a VC before in the past because I thought they were interesting. Lawyer SATs exam thing. What the fuck is it called? LSAT. The LSATs. The law school admission test. No, it's not the bar. That's different. Because the LSATs, the questions of that are interesting because they're the admission tests for lawyers are all like heavily like logic focused puzzles almost. Like read all of this thing and like or for this sentence structurally, what is the logical reasoning you can conclude from this and what is not that you, like there's a lot of questions like that. Hold on, let me see. LSAT example questions. Let's see, is this one? They give you stuff like this. Oh my god, that's so big. Control F. And then shrink it down. So you can actually see me still. Let me see if I can answer this. Most of the students who took Spanish 101 at the university last semester attended every class session. However, each student who received a grade lower than B- missed at least one class session. Which one of the following statements about the students who took Spanish 101 at the university last semester can be properly inferred from the information above? A. At least some of the students who receive a grade of A- or higher attended every class session. B. Most, if not all, students who missed at least one class session received a grade lower than B-. C. Most of the students received a grade higher than B-. D. At least one student who received a grade of B- or higher missed one or more class sessions. And then E. More than half of the students received a grade of B- or higher. I also think for a lot of criminal defense attorneys, the question stops being how would you defend this person that is guilty in front of the jury, and a lot of how do you convince this person to take a plea deal, from what I've seen on the cesspool that is social media. And it's partially that, probably, and then partially, okay, this person might look pretty guilty. How do I make him look less guilty? Given the fact that he's pretty fucking guilty. I don't know what I do here with this client. How do I even approach this question? Most of the students who took Spanish 101 at the university last semester attended every session. So most of the students took every session. However, each student who received a letter grade lower than B- missed at least one class every session. Okay, so that's for B- or lower. Can I say that everyone with an A went to every class? I don't think you can, because it doesn't necessarily mean that. Because they could have an A and still have missed a class. It's just everyone who received B- or lower has missed a class. Most, if not all, the students who missed at least one class received a grade lower than B-. I think this is trying to say all. Each student who received a grade lower than B- missed at least one class. So, I guess it would be? Most of the students received a grade, most of the students received a grade higher than B-. No. At least one student who received a grade of B- or higher missed one of the class sessions. No? More than half of the students received a grade. I'm pretty sure it's B then, right? Most, if not all, of the students who missed at least one class received a grade lower than B-. C is the most correct. Most of the students received a grade higher than B minus. Oh, yeah, you're right, because the first sentence is most of the students who took it attended every class session. Yes, I think you're right with that then. So it would be C. There you go. But yeah, questions like that are like, well, they gotta deal with. And I thought, you know, that kind of stuff was interesting. Anyways, I keep stopping. We're gonna keep going on with this, okay? I've taken lives many times. That doesn't make you a murderer. Soldiers are given orders. I've killed people. Whether or not a superior asked me to doesn't change the fact. But soldiers... Are you a soldier, Sarah? No? So drop it. You're good at following orders. It can take years to acquire that skill. I imagine it comes easy for androids. Yes, I suppose that's... Wait, that's an android? Did you miss the glowing barcode? It's like right there. It's hard to miss. And ignore my self-introduction? Look, I'm tired. I thought those were highlights or something. Did my hair catch your eye? You have discerning taste. You see, each strand is actually... Was there something you wanted to say, Sosuke? I've taken lives before, so I know how I feel afterwards. Thin. And how do you feel right now? Right now I feel... What is it? You remember something? Yes. After I stepped out that door, I said I saw red. But I do remember one other sensation. I remember the feeling of gripping my sword. Oh. That brief you read, it listed all the charges, all the causes of death. The fifth man, the cop they say I killed. How did he die? Probably from the sword. Reyes is back. I don't remember what voice I gave Reyes. Stabbed through the back with a sword? Skewered like a piece of goddamn meat? And you've got the balls to ask us to carry him to a hospital? I don't think that's quite how I phrased the request. I've been paying close attention. Would you like me to play back what you said? Not right now, Sparky. Reyes, she's just doing her job. It's not like she's asking... Oh, save the lecture, gray hair. Gray? Come on, my hair isn't... This is graying, maybe. In case I haven't made it clear, I've never liked you, Morgan. Aw, you're breaking my heart. I hadn't noticed. But I never took you for a mob lawyer. Whatever my client's associations might be, he's a cop killer. Innocent until proven guilty, isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. Okay, so we got London first. London. Qasim, London? Date of birth. Can we get this out of the way? No? It's just gonna keep blocking his face? Okay. Qasim, London. May 5th. 186 centimeters. 78 kilograms. B positive. I almost said plus. B positive. Occupation, homicide detective, first class. Likes duct tape, mascara, oak. Dislikes, parking lots, ties, honeydew. The best at finding new restaurants. Accommodations, none displayed at his workstation. Wardrobe, more expensive than it looks. Ahmed, how's it going? Okay, Reyes. Farah Reyes. October 19th. 162 centimeters, 63 kilograms. A negative. Occupation, homicide detective, third class. Likes, sneakers, volcanoes, the Paralympics. Dislikes, scalpers, hoarders. Anise? What is...
Anise.
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 A small flowering herb in the parsley and carrot family, native to the Mediterranean.
Anise.
It produces tiny aromatic seeds, also called aniseed, that have distinct taste and smell like black licorice.
Anise.
Anise. We're learning so much today. It's an herb. I've been doing good. Been doing good. Hanging in there and keeping myself busy. What else we got here? We also have favorite TV, civil engineering documentaries. Shampoo. Don't know. Conditioner's more important. Okay. Undefeated at volleyball. I thought it was like knees, not nis. I don't know. I've never heard of the word before. Innocent until proven guilty isn't a phrase I coined myself, detective. It's actually somewhat important. Oh, don't worry about that. The proving won't take us long at all. Do you always take pride in rushing your investigations? We've all seen the same intake file by now, yes. Oh, evidence? Medical records? Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the anterior front of the body. Numerous bones in left hand broken as if from impacting a hard surface. Slight laceration found on the left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull. Bruising and rope burns on both wrists as if bound. Numerous bruises on the anterior front side of the body. Others blood across the top of feet and pant legs. Largest wound found on the crown of the skull, back of the head near the top. At the time of booking, numerous additional injuries were noted, including bruise to the left eye, busted lip, broken nose, boxed left ear, blunt trauma to the anterior front side of head. When or where these additional injuries were sustained is not noted. My client was in bad shape when he was arrested, but his wounds were treated in a medical transport. Yet somehow, in between arriving at the station and his booking, all his wounds were reopened, and some of them multiplied. Tell me if you can, great detective. How will we ever solve the mystery of the reappearing fractured skull? Your client was being moved between floors. He struggled trying to escape. And then he fell down the stairs? Really? Was there a lawnmower waiting at the bottom? Look, we're all adults here. Let's just say it. Your coworkers kicked the shit out of him. Well, what do you want me to do about it? I want you to uphold the law. Can you imagine? My client has got the shit kicked out of him when he might not have even done it. For some reason, I thought you cared about that. A police badge isn't a time machine. By the way, we took custody. I'm sorry. By the time we took custody, he was already... She's right, Tiger. What's done is done. You know, you've got a snowball's chance in hell of proving your client was assaulted while in police custody. And you'll never get charges brought against the officers who did it. So try asking for something doable. Don't go giving away all my best tricks. The door-in-the-face tactic is always fragile. I want him to see a doctor. You gotta be shitting me. There's bloodied KW in there with military-grade mods. He's not leaving this building. Well, we could have a doctor brought here. And give him the chance to take a hostage. He's not the 99 man, Reyes. He can't break his cuffs. Don't say 99 man. You don't know what it means. You're too old. Goddamn. The 99 man or a 99 man refers to a theoretical state of being in which a human has replaced all as much of their body with cybernetic equivalents as possible, thereby becoming someone who is 99% machine and yet technically still a human. The term first appeared in the speculative fiction short story Carved Out of Marble by M.P. Smith, but it rose to prominence after the 2072 Paralympics, when middleweight track and field gold medalist Ayad Safran quoted the story as inspiration after breaking the world record at the time for the 800 meters. Since then, the phrase has been popularized as both a meme and a thought experiment, opening up discussions about transhumanism in sports, the business world, education, and beyond. Some social media influencers, athletes, or tech evangelists have taken the 99 Man as a challenge, modding themselves as much as possible with the explicit goal of approaching what they see as the current limit for transhumanism. Officially, the individual who had the greatest percentage of their body mass replaced with artificial and analogs is an anonymous adult living in the Eastern Hemisphere who was suffering from a rare and terminal form of bone cancer before signing up for an experimental surgery offered through How Industries' Theseus initiative. How officially describes the patient as currently living a normal and productive life, though Theseus has never produced any. It's Thesis, right? It's Thesis. It's not Theseus. It's Thesis. It's Thesis. Okay. Has never produced any consumer market products, and has not published any additional research papers in the last 2 years, leading some to question whether the results are at all applicable. The Ship of Thesis scenario. Here's the real question. If you could replace 99% of your body with tech, would you? Maybe? I don't know. Maybe everything except the brain. I don't know. If possible. I would TBH. Maybe. This is how Herbie raced longer than Lightning McQueen did. It's Theseus. Hold on. We'll find out.
Theseus.
Okay.
Theseus.
Theseus. Theseus. So it is Theseus.
Theseus.
Okay. Theseus. Chapter just hates when I tell him how to pronounce things. No. I hate when you're an asshole about it, okay? I hate when you're an asshole about it, which many times you are. You'll come in my chat being like, oh my god, bro doesn't know how to spell, how to pronounce Theseus. Bro, what are we doing here? Like, that kind of shit pisses me the fuck off. What do you want from me here, okay? What do you want from me? If you're going to be a dick about it at times, you weren't really a dick about it here, but... what else we got here? There has to be some drawback. If you look, it's spelled Theseus. Yeah, Theseus, okay. Lock Socks. This is a very educational stream, thanks. I mean, I don't mind looking up pronunciations of things. Just don't be a dick to me if I'm getting something wrong. God damn. I'm sorry, chap. Everyone's a sack of shit on the internet. Yeah, well, you guys don't have to be. We don't need this to be a space where you guys are sacks of shit. We can all be nice here, okay? We can all be on the nice list when we go to visit Santa, okay? And we can get toys for Christmas, okay? You ever joy and happiness here at the Winter Labs. Imagine that. I'm nice. You are nice, Stella. Okay, you get a pass. Okay. I can't be nice. Actually, sorry. It's a medical condition. You're violating my ADA, telling me to be nice. Well, I guess we're just gonna do some medical malpractice here and inject nice into all of you. Sorry, my bad. Don't say 99 Man. You know. By the way, they said 99 Man was a meme. Would you guys classify 99 Man as a meme, or is this just like a meme in this world, or how about a medic who can't be taken hostage? It's just a meme in that world? Okay, I mean, that would make more sense to me. I was just trying to think, like, I can imagine weird TikTok challenges where they're like, this is the 99 Man challenge, okay, or some shit like that, where it's like a weird exercise routine. But, like, beyond that, I don't really know. I can see it being a meme in a world where it's far more normal for people to have cybernetics, yeah. Nanomachines, son. DNA of the soul. A medical ad? Sure. Great. Let's see if we can't negotiate his premium lower while we're at it. Is that a refusal, Doctor? Is that a refusal, Detective Reyes? Oh, I didn't say no, did I? Great. Also needs a protective detail. Lady, I swear to... Counselor. Protective details are comprised of off-duty cops. I don't think that'll have the outcome you're looking for. No. But if my client is left unattended one more night, he's likely to be declared unfit to stand trial. When he shows up to court with his head caved in, an outcome I genuinely believe you're not looking for either. We could keep him here. What? In the interrogation room? Wait, hold on. Oh yeah, ads. Ads upon ye. Oh, memes are the DNA of the soul. Okay. DNA of the duel? Wait, I got paid? Here comes the money! Okay, counseling quarter. Table can't be moved. Oh, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Stella, Andy. Hell yeah. No more ads upon ye, Stella. Refresh the page and you will no longer have to deal with ads. I cast ads? No, don't do that. Tables can't be moved, but if you slide the chairs out of the way, the floor is not actually that hard. How do you even know that? Given what other lodgings he's had in the last 24 hours, I don't think your client would mind. So if Detective Reyes and Detective Lutton take shifts keeping watch... Now we're keeping watch? It is the Homicide Department's counseling quarter. You think I'd give a shit what happens to that son of a bitch? You think I wouldn't walk in there myself? And you wouldn't. What? It's not in your nature. What the hell is that supposed to mean? You either have it or you don't. You wouldn't get it. Trust me, if I had the chance to take a swing at that son of a bitch. Yeah, you already called him that. A piece of shit, a bastard, a killer. But unlike every other cop I walked past to get in here, you've yet to call Sosuke an animal. So what? What the hell does that matter? It's the only thing that matters. I've got the outsider's perspective, so I know. Your average human can't do anything to anyone, so long as they're not a person. Wait, what did we say? Your average human can do anything to anyone so long as they're not a person. I was worried if I read that wrong or not, and I probably did. But I reread it again, so there you go. Whatever. Think what you want, creep. Well, as long as that's your only request, we should be able to... I need to get into the crime scene as soon as possible. You've got to be... What, like tonight? She's not rushing more than anyone else, Sunshine. Everyone up in the line has been raring to go on this, now that Sosuke's actually got a lawyer. Well, maybe if that son of a bitch hadn't clammed up all day, we wouldn't... She said it again. Whatever. Pick then, counselor. You can bully us into guard duty or escort duty, but you can't do both. Prod, how's it going? Good seeing you. It's good seeing you as well. We're solving murders that we actually did, but now we've accidentally framed somebody else for it. And now we're trying to defend him, apparently. Circumstances, you understand. I need both. You'll have to split up. But I can help with that. Or rather, Sarah can. I can? Of course you can. You can go treat Sosuke. We deliberately framed him. I think the goal wasn't to have him framed to get arrested. The goal was to have him framed and get killed by other gang members. I thought was the hope that would happen. Not that he would get arrested and then like also kill a cop, which would make this... I mean, the bigger problem here, regardless of who caught him, was the fact that he also killed a cop. And now everything is being hyper-focused on, which is why we're focusing on the case. I think? Something like that. Of course you can! You can go treat Sosuke. Not deny, I'm not trained in Oh, I love this bit. She's pretending she doesn't remember being registered as my medical ad. Yes, I would never forget that. Unforgettable experience. But I've never done first aid before. Well, watch a tutorial first. Use lots of sanitizer. Just hand her some bandages and she'll get Sosuke looking good as new in no time. Then you can plop her in front of the door and even 20 crooked cops working together couldn't get her to budge. That much is certainly accurate. I have a strong core, so if I focus and lower my center of gravity. Thanks for the sales pitch, but it doesn't mean shit. The crime scene is in the lower wards. If you think, after what happened last night, that any cop with a pulse would go down there without their partner, it's okay, sunshine. I'll take her down there. Is everyone else in here huffing Nirvana? London is in blue blood territory. Blue blood territory outskirts, really. They lost a whole pod. They'll be swarming the place. You can't go down there without backup. Backup, huh? You know, Mac from Contraband? Skinny guy? Kind of a perv? Yeah, be skinny. Look, he's got crime scene analysis sweeps going over that place with a fine comb right now. Drones, probes, the works. We'll have eyes on us before we get within 5 minutes of the place. Whatever. Just keep in contact for once. I hope you're being generously compensated, Eve. Selling your soul to the mob. It'd be a shame if you didn't at least get a good price. Hey, you coming, Blinkers? Oh my god. Gotta find where they store all the med kits. In this dusty old piece of... Go on. I'll be right behind you, detective. Sorry about that. She's still new to all this, really. Not old like me. She does seem to be on edge, more so than usual. It's her first time losing a fellow officer. I think she's taking it pretty hard. Maybe even personally? Did they know each other? Right. You gather up your things. I'll go bring us up a ride. Great. Thanks for all the help, detective. You're a lifesaver. Well, this is one occasion where I wouldn't have had any trouble finding the place. Really didn't take you that long to patch him up, huh? Well, we just wait here. All night. That clock runs pretty slow. If you're not doing anything else, detective, might you be interested in answering some questions? Are they going to be best friends by the time we get back? 5:48 p.m., August 14th. Once more into the depths. When I went down to the elevator wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I can prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy given that they think he killed a cop. But it'd keep me on Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. What is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left. After calling someone blinkers, you don't change that easily. I mean, the nature of most people is if the reason why a lot of people end up having those kind of like tendencies is because they don't hang out a lot with those like the kind that they're making stereotypes of or like giving names for and shit like that. Like usually if they're hanging out with each other more, they're like they're less likely to be dicks to each other all the time like that. That's usually how it works from what I understand. But I did like the little bit of like humanizing we had with Reyes there, because she's so often played up to be bad cop, and Morgan outright is like, you're not malicious, just unfocused. Okay. Whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is second. Sorry. Guess I should have asked before I decided we should be. Guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. Oh, I don't mind. But I'm surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? I love how... I understand why it's like this. I don't really mind, though. It makes it look like we're just fully standing up inside of the car. Patrol car. Oh, wait, what did we say? Patrol cars... Oh, wait. But I'm surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, counselor. Any cop can step into any other cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab, then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs, too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. It can be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. Secret admirer? Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? It would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will? How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Do they threaten your wife with Tommy guns if you don't comply? Huh. It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate, or you could just call it a quagmire. Or even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to get along, if you can't get along to go along, even other cops won't trust you. You'll end up shot in the back, friendly fire, a tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You tell me the entire police force is corrupt? Yes. Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined, every tree stabilizing every other tree. What do they call that? Not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas buy judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo. Balancing act. A cycle. Stable as a gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. It's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other? Even Detective Reyes? Jeez. What about the man that they think killed my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name? Is he related to Reyes? It's a big city. I don't put too much stock into last names. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. The underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Tariq Chopin, only son of Miguel and Dominic Chopin. Okay, we got profile. Oh, hello. I didn't realize we got a photo for this guy. August 9th. 176 centimeters. 72 kilograms. A positive. Like patient. Patrol officer. Likes 24/7 news. Calligraphy. Late dinners. Dislikes gray hairs. Untucked shirts. Mint. Education. Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery. Posthumous. Survived by Fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, City Councilman. Alright, Chad, are we thinking Chopin or Chopin? Chopin? I think it's Chopin? These August kids are like an infestation. Oh. The power couple? Why would the son of two of our city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. Who was this Chopin really? An idealist. Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move, first step in his career to become a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but maybe anyone who met the guy could tell you he would... well, I'm sorry. Let me read this again. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. You're saying he was honest? Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. Guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? Wait. Yeah? I read that right? Why was he kept on? Okay, yes. No one on the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. Oh, kept on the force. Okay, I was confused. Okay. Just get passed around from department to department, detail to detail. Or just got passed around. Okay. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like bake sales? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you turn 21. Specifically, until 21. After that, go wild. Woof. Must have really loved his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point that bad. Lower wards. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of such powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That? I don't know. You don't know? By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up on some other lead. His partner? Who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria. That's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Huey Rogers. Pretty bare-bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed a cop. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Roger's record was his shooting score. 41. Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. Oh my god. I think someone took pity on him when tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke in the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner. At least Rogers knows his weakness. I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard that name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for it. He's a bodyguard. Oh wait, did I say that last line? Oh, I did. Yeah, I did say that. He's a bodyguard, then yeah, it must be pretty good. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things besides guarding. Oh, that was also me. No, no, he said that. Fuck, I'm losing it. Sorry, that was, crude. Aw, don't be sorry. I don't even get enough of the joke I don't even get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay, that all makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods... I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. If you are working with the mob for the mob in general, then How do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to... Whoa, whoa! I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not... Damn. Well, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. Is it like this in every city? Handshakes and gentlemen agreements behind closed doors? You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Hound dog also means a freeloader / a man who's doted on by a woman? Oh, damn. Okay. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. When Eva says you ain't nothing but a hound dog crying all the time, that's what he means? I didn't know that. Okay. I'm learning so much today. Pronunciations of things and Elvis. I'm gonna draw all this down. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength and it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. Well, that's pretty cold logic. I expect my state to be far colder. Hey, have you heard this one? A politician, a CEO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on? The politician? Or I'm trying to think, like, who am I betting on to win this? The mob boss obviously has, it's all the same person. Okay. So it doesn't matter my answer here. Because I'm trying to think, like, if I get more coins depending on which one I pick here. I don't know, politician. Politicians are limp-wristed when it comes to their jobs, but they act faster than anyone when it comes to protecting their neck. They'd grab for the gun fast and wouldn't stop pulling the trigger until it clicked. Not a bad pick. Won't make a patriot of you yet, Tiger. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down onto the mob boss if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you could make the argument to go in the other direction too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is, whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police? A blameless tool with no will of its own? Well, I don't know about blameless, but yeah. Though it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However, do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out, a tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world that they were meeting. By the way, his answer here saying, like, it's actually just a rock, paper, scissors game or whatever with that. I was just more thinking of, like, who would be the first to try to grab the gun. Because in my mind, I'm just like, whoever grabs the gun first is gonna be the victor there. So in my mind, I was just assessing, like, who would be the fastest to want to be like, fuck, alright, I gotta kill these guys, fuck these guys. And I would also assume it'd be the politician, because usually they are real terrified about fucking saving themselves. Despite horrible things that they might do, or whatever. That's why I assumed, but... Okay. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if a journalist told the world they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People will always write. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves, coming back down here. What happened the last time he visited? Something up? Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, omnipotent. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Even I know that one. To preserve free will or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be so that he'll terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled? Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century. But we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? You always pictured 3 men in that room, don't you? Oh, you always pictured 3 men in that room, don't you? Oh, okay. Huh? Yeah, I guess I do, sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries, I'm sorry, I can read. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance. Hello? Did the game crash? What's going on? Or just loading? 6:01 p.m., August 14th. Lower wards. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. Ah. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. What? Well, then she's a liar, babe. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. Oh, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. You gotta get to work, hon. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London? Who is this? Counselor Morgan? This is... Adelaide? Adelaide Hahn. She's, well... she's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to a Zionist security site manager. If you need anything, miss, please don't hesitate to reach out. Oh, we got Han's card. Why is this in evidence? Hold up. Hold up. Why was this put in evidence? Hold up. Okay, Adelaide Hahn, site manager. Adelaide Hahn's business card listing her as the site manager at Zionist Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization, includes her personal contact number on top of her work details for some reason. What? Why did this immediately get put in evidence? A real business card? Even has some water. I assume it's because of the security system side of it, but it also makes me be like, is this person like the killer? I'm not familiar with Zionists. We're a security firm and we're a security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers and armed escorts. We catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run paternity tests, and that kind of stuff. Zionists. Hold on, let me drink my water. We're probably gonna end stream soon, by the way. We've been going for 5.5 hours. Zionist Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services, including but not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs in our portal below, and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in your site experience. Ready to get started? Not interested in our sponsored search results? See further with a premium account. When are we gonna get a premium account so we can read all the bonus memes? Bet the business card is bugged. Oh, maybe. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. Is the Hound's lawyer, Han. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies? That sucks. Another life then, eh? But I'll still play nice if you will. Alright, Adelaide Han, April 16th, 183 centimeters, 75 kilograms, O negative. Site manager, Cyanus Security. Likes, new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Dislikes, clingy types, jealous types, needles. Plays, pickup games, avoids, laundry day. Least favorite chore, throwing out dead flowers. Not laundry? Okay. Right. So you're private security, and you're currently securing this crime scene. Yeah? What's with the tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd have already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out the security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. And around here, the private company best suited for the job happened to be Cyanus. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. Small concession? They're probably in there destroying evidence as we speak. We have the arcs to preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. ARCS. Augmented Reality Crime Scene, abbreviated as ARCS, is an investigative tool in which data harvested by the sensors worn on first responders is used to reconstruct a digital copy of a pristine crime scene, programmed and distributed by a small number of tech corporations and frequently modified or even personalized by local municipalities. ARC systems are used by every major police force, most insurance company investigators, and many law firms. After its introduction in the early 2060s, the technology briefly came under public scrutiny when the independent news organization United Mediacasters released a series of reports claiming that ARC's data was regularly edited by corrupt officials to erase state secrets. These reports were later found to be fake, and UMC was exposed as a subsidiary of a cell corporation within Lambda Work Solutions, who were marketing a number of alternatives to ARC's technology at the time. Board members at Lambda denounced the actions of said cell and offered assistance to their former competitors in suing leadership at UMC, but the proceedings and settlements in those lawsuits remained sealed. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would be smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires round the clock if we weren't here. Lower wards kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off of wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teams have always done for fun. Mystery solved? Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend in Icaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that'd let you worm the Hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt. What does that mean? You think we'd ever manage to gun down the Hound of Icaria in the street? Shank him in a holding cell? I mean, you guys kind of did that. Blue Bloods took him alive just fine the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide? Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kind of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What was that? How was this door found? Chaplin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Checked the area, then entered through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived, but I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork, this is a science installation. Who else would Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings? How does it lock? You never used a key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You're looking to buy? 'Cause I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yeah, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. Physical key? Physical keys can't be hacked. I mean, the physical locks that they're used for can be? Or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the doors... I mean, I guess the key would be from the inside? Or... Wait. Hold on. Small locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't... Okay, no. So you can use the key the key on the lock from the outside. How would that make it more secure? Wait. Whatever. I'm not gonna question. Okay, is that why the door's ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the Arcs has been beat up. It wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Locksmiths all went out of business. Oh, everybody went to digital locks, so now nobody knows how to pick actual locks anymore. Oh. Hang on, you and Reyes, what were you second? I'm sorry. You and Reyes? What, were you the second officers on scene? That's right. We weren't far when the 10999 went out at 10:15. I'm gonna assume it means like officer down. 10999 is an emergency response code utilized in municipal security systems around the nation, most frequently to signify that one or more first responders' lives are in danger. Most police departments' standard issue suite of biomonitors allow for this code to be sent out across emergency networks automatically when cardiac activity is disrupted or blood pressure changes rapidly. Due to the non-negligible chance that moderate exercise could be misinterpreted by biomonitors, leading to false alarms, some departments made a policy to avoid enabling the automatic alert function. Okay. Wait, it's saying on more evidence. Front door. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had locked behind me after I left. Okay. Long way from precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Awkward. You want the tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, but it has a window that opens to the alleyway, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful where you step, if you like those boots at all. One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of security learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing ruled out in university fire. Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at Nortechnica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious, hunched postures as federal agents descended on the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has provided simultaneous relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastwards across the nation, dubbed by some members of the press as work of the Witch of the West. Each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers, and leaving behind significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after their university student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Federal investigative officials have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for this serial arsonist and other notable. Hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database, sad face. If you fill out a simple form for us, we could get you the rest of this article, along with a ton of other cool offers and limited time sales served up exclusively to you, Compliment ID 09. I like you. I'm sorry, not I like you. To a Compliment ID 09 like you, smiley face. Okay. I feel like I've heard stories about bombings out west the last few months, but I didn't know they'd all been attributed to one person, or that they're now calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts, if they've now got feds involved. What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out there hunting for serial offenders. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so, this looks like it's been moved, huh? Yes. Was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on the side. Looks like the dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model. Tough to lift even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste? How it ended up here in a residential district is... Isn't that hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the Megs to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Is that why I can see markings on the ground there from leaks? Aw, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here, stains the ground wherever it falls. Acid rain? Like from the history books? Not quite that bad, just smog combined with precipitation, combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain. Like I said, Lower Ward spring water. There's a shot named after it, tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. So is the dumpster empty? Well, let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Hey, it's mostly empty, except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful! If you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me to help you just cause I'm modded. You're saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. Now just watch it so you don't... Oh, let the lid slam. Sorry. I guess that was evidence? Somehow? Alright, we already read this. Dumpster. Industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene. Incredibly heavy, yet still shows signs of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound as uncovered by Detective London's thorough investigating. Okay, so the sound it makes is probably important. Okay. And then up here. This fire escape would lead right up to the crime scene, assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tetanus trap, Han. Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who'd want to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters? You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If an android leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey! Looks like the only way into the building is through the front door then. Alright, what was the things that we got here? Term, copper. A derogatory term for automated dependents, particularly one's licensed by or operating under the authority of the state. Interested parties in the automated dependent industries have, on more than one occasion, lobbied for copper and other terms like it, clanker, chrome dome, microchip, breath, etc., to be classified as hate speech. Arguing... Oh, wait, no. SIC is supposed to mean... What does SIC mean? It doesn't mean etc., right? Does it mean, like, as it's written? Or is this a different thing? SIC meaning. Thus, or so. Okay. Alright, I see. Spelling it correct, okay. Microchip breath is crazy. To be classified as hate speech, arguing that anti-mechanical sentiment constitutes an expression of prejudice. Were considered a form of hate speech, instance of destruction of corporate property, where such terms were used in prior communications would qualify for additional severity and higher fines paid towards the damaged party. Under all but the most radical interpretations of hate speech law, however, prejudice can only be directed towards sentient living things, people, animals, or corporations. If you feel that a corporation you know has been the victim of a hate crime, you can report it at our confidential portal here. Okay. And then fire escape. The fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place. Rusty and poorly maintained. It's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street, so one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room where the bodies were found and the second floor room beneath it. Okay. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when it was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. But it made out the Red Hood. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. I thought I saw someone out of the corner of my eye, that's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an unlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously, but yeah, they're real. I met some. They inform, sometimes on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they'd stand out dressing like that, but if their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be unlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me, you've got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right, forget I asked. Unlisted, term for individuals who are not actively registered in any state database. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals often missing persons or unhoused who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants following shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizenship Program, aka the Minutemen Bill. Undocumented immigration has sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and services or as part of their military service agreement until they either leave the country or are fully naturalized at the end of their services or at their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work, undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Some anthropological studies have described groups of unlisted living in urban, generally poorer areas of what are effectively homeless communities. Unlike most homeless people, the overwhelming majority of whom are unhoused for less than 2 weeks. These unlisted actively refuse state housing assistance or assistance of any kind. Concerns about malnourishment, illiteracy, extreme poverty, and rampant mental illness within unlisted population has, at times, spurred outreach programs that attempt to contact them. But, by their very nature, as enlisted, actual data on their quality of life or cultural practices is virtually non-existent. Making most politicians hesitant to commit resources towards these causes. Okay. Right, forget I asked. You ready to go inside? Well, I think so, as long as... No, I'm not with anyone else, it's just me here. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional, you know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. Alright, I think this is probably a good stopping point for tonight. Save game. Cool. That's probably a good place for us to wrap it up here for tonight. Let's get us back to the main menu here.
Yippee.
Yippee. Well, that was the beginning of the Devil episode 2. We're involved with the gangs, involved with everything now. Okay, we're involved with the Ikaria house. We got the Blue Bloods. You got the cops. All the gangs. So, we obviously committed the murder here. We know this. We committed the murder, but we didn't kill that cop at the end. We had nothing to do with that. My suspicions, as other people in chat already suspect, the cops probably killed him. And it sounded like the guy who knocked out my assumption was he knocked out the guy, then killed the cop. And I was like, wow, I can't believe he killed the cop. Oh no. And he's probably killed with his sword. He probably killed him with his sword, or that sword, because he can't shoot. I'm assuming. So, you know, I'm saying probably, maybe. But we'll see what goes on with all of this. I am excited to be back with Of the Devil. The characters for Of the Devil are still very, very cool and interesting characters. They keep adding so many, though. I don't know what voices I'm running out of voices to give people. I haven't quite figured out the proper voice to give Han. We'll figure it out. I'm saving a certain voice. I probably would have used a certain voice for 1 or 2 characters by now, but I'm saving it for our rival our rival prosecutor lawyer, who I know I've attributed this voice for when we first played it. So we'll see how that goes. Anyways, yeah, much like episode 1, this will probably also take us 3 5-hour streams, and tonight was about 6 hours, so probably 2 more streams before we solve the case. We still have to gather all of our evidence here, see whatever happens with the story, and then go into the courtroom probably. So we'll see where that goes. So that's all we have for tonight. Tomorrow in the Discord server, we're going to be continuing Sailor Moon R at probably around 3 p.m. Eastern time, I think is what I wrote. We'll be doing that in the server tomorrow, in the Discord server at discord.wolfborg.com. I don't really know my plans for next week yet, so I will let you guys know, but I should be around some nights to continue Of the Devil. Maybe Monday, maybe Tuesday. I don't actually know if I have a movie Tuesday, but we'll see. But yeah, thank you so much, everybody, for coming to hang out. I appreciate you all. Let's see who is around to raid tonight. Is Obobo still streaming? Obobo is still streaming, and it is the last day of Obobo's Donathon. So let's go say hi to Obobo. Raid channel following. Obobo is currently playing Shenmue, which is a game that I've always heard about and never experienced. But I've heard good things, question mark, maybe. So let's go say hi to Obobo. I appreciate you all for hanging out. And I'll see you all next time. Goodbye, streamers. Bye-bye, gamers. Bye-bye. Wow. Wow.